Going to the fucking moon. Going to the fucking moon. Going to the fucking moon. The fuck any, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting damn tandy so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking. We're going to the fucking moon. One day, very soon, gonna wake up on the moon. Brand new yacht and a McDonald's in my living room. Bright yellow Lamborghini, 50-meter swimming pool. Champagne every day, ain't fam, what you do? Wanna hang, wanna chill? Oh, you got a mansion too? Oh, that's right, held on tight, jack titties every night. We was in way back when they tried to chop it down to 10. And just couldn't comprehend, apes was strong until the end. Now let's pretend it, shit to tell they be sweating. Had enough of these felons, but the apes we rebelling. Cause we never be selling, till we send it to heaven. Now we be out here yelling, hey, fuck you, Kenny. Bought my wife a minivan to share with the boyfriend. But I pull up in the Benz, plate saying olive crayons. Going on an airplane, don't think we'll be back again. Celebrating every day like a fucking birthday. Fuck Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting damn tinny so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking. We're going to the fucking moon. Fuck Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting damn tinny so soon. Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking. We're going to the fucking moon. Today's expectation, probably more manipulation. FUD, a creation of a crooked operation. Bought more while it was low, got more dips than Trader Joe's. Oh, you thought that we'd let go? What the fuck you take us for? Holla if you spend your last dollar on bananas while living in squalor. We don't claim to be scholars, we the smooth brain dummies, and we never stood taller. Yeah, we do this for love and we do this for honor. Apollo 11 ain't got nothing on us. We the planet of the apes and in Moass we trust. Moass, hell fucking yes. Gonna send it into space, go fire up the jets. Done my DD, call me Elton John, Rocket Man. This is the way, gonna be gorillionaires. Ground control to Major Tom, we about to have liftoff. Call us Neil Armstrong, gonna keep holding on. Fuck Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting damn tinny so soon.
Yeah.
Don't be mistaken, the apes won't be shaking or breaking. We're going to the fucking moon.
To the fucking moon.
Fuck Kenny, cause we're holding on for dear life, getting
Fuck Kenny.
Don't be mistaken, the apes won't
Moass
be shaking or
tomorrow
breaking.
at
We're
2
going
p.m.
to the fucking moon.
Oh, I love this part.
Going to the fucking moon.
It's like the
We're going to the fucking moon.
real bubblegummy part. La 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 la.
We're going to the fucking moon.
Oh shit. Yeah, let's fucking go.
It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch!
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
All right, here we are, Monday night.
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
What's up, Korax?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying?
What are you saying?
Huh?
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
I don't know.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
And you go to jail for 10 years. Good evening. What's happening? Well, who do we have in the voice chat this evening? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Hey, hello.
Manuel. Is that who I hear? Or am I hearing?
Yeah,
Aha, good
I
evening.
mean, I have to join on a fantastic day where the meme stocks are like down 8%. Bumpers are in shambles.
Yeah. Well, welcome. And I see Mr. Sonny Korax there as well. Are you with us? Or are you out on Mars? Might be on Mars. Well, he'll be here.
Working now. There we go.
There we go.
Telegram fucking up. I
Yeah.
was trying to figure out why you guys couldn't hear me, and it was set to default for some reason. And
Oh, yeah.
defaults to something stupid.
It likes to do that.
Probably to my headset, which means you can't hear me. I would just like to start out the evening by sending out a personal thanks. I've gotten not only an interview that I did Saturday, but apparently one that's now in the works. Because people like me now. Apparently, I should get doxxed by shitheads from Arizona more often.
Right on. Right on. Congrats.
So thank you, Mr. Hartranet. Please try harder. You're only making my life easier.
Try Hartranet. Put up. Yeah. Yeah. Sweet. Well. Manuel's not the only one that can dig up old shit, apparently, here. So I have this video, which is from it says 2 years ago, December 13th, 2021, on Marantz Rants. And, well, actually, it started.
Isn't GameStop always on a discount?
Yeah, right.
All right, guys, welcome back to Marantz Rants. I know I'm going to work today. I wasn't live. Apologize, but what the hell you want me to do? On a day like today when King Griffin's dropping the price, don't worry about it. Me? What would I do if I'm you? I'd average down. I'd buy as much as I can.
Oh!
These prices aren't coming back. I never thought I'd see the day at 137, 135 in that range.
Oh, shit.
They weren't coming back, but not in the way he thought.
Damn. Yeah.
Sure weren't coming back.
We did, but you know what?
If he was
It's
happy
here,
then, he
and
should
I'm
be
thankful
happy
for the-
now.
Say that again, Manuel.
Yeah, go check the date. Let's see how much it's down from that.
Oh, yeah.
If he was happy back then, he should be happy now that the stock is like
Oh yeah,
$13
super.
and some change.
Yep.
It's a perfect time to buy the dip.
Perfect time.
I don't know where my I'm with Tony. My price target on this company is somewhere in the somewhere below $10. Let's call it that.
Below 10, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's got ways to go still.
Let's see. Where was it on? Okay, December. Let's see, what day was that? December 13th, 2021. Let's see what we got here.
Yep.
December.
So this would have been the winter after the squeeze, almost coming up on a year.
Yeah, exactly. Monday. Oh, and it was a Monday too. Look at that. Perfect. Let's see. Get right there. Okay, got a nice big yellow. Let me share my screen here in the Telegram so y'all can see it.
Yeah, so I don't have to like overdo resources by.
Yeah, let me overdo the resources here.
Yeah.
Let me do that
You're the
for you.
host.
Yeah,
you
right.
you should be the
exactly.
one doing
It's
all
like
this.
it's like I brought the bottle of wine or whatever. Consider it the stream warming gift. I don't know. Anyway, well, let's see. It appears to be that was a massive red day. It looks like, and it was. Let's see. Let me get a line here.
Yeah, he was bitching about it.
Yeah. This blue line, which I'm thickening, that's the price. So it was at the current, whatever, float and all that, it's $34.27. That's what it was. That was the closing price on the 13th of December, 2021, and now it's currently $13.46. So,
yeah.
In terms of percentage, let's see. We call that 60%, or $20, $20.50, or right at 60%. So, not great.
Yeah, when he said it wasn't that the prices weren't going to be that there ever again. I mean, I don't think he meant it in the way it happened.
No.
The discount, and I thank Kenny for everything he does for our community. He inspires us. He makes us who we are today. And who are we? We're diamond-handed. And don't ever forget that. I'm diamond-handed. I'm not selling a single share, and I own a lot, just like a lot of you guys. So thanks for the discount. But let's look forward to the real stuff that's going to happen with this price action. One is the price is going to drop, and you're going to see a lot of pressure on the call side. So you can actually get a gamma ramp out of this. You can get some real buying pressure the lower the price goes. And they're not covering, not by any stretch. People are like, well, when it gets lower, they're going to start covering. If they start covering, they're in trouble, because then the price explodes and you're sitting there with call contracts on the other side of it for you options guys. I'm not one of them, but you guys know how to play this. Last part, this is just no financial advice, but this is very smart advice.
Not.
Right.
Do not sell. Do not sell shares.
Not
of
financial
whatever the hell
advice,
you're buying.
but don't do this thing.
Right.
What a fucking clown.
What is he twisting here?
Do not sell shares of whatever the hell you're buying to buy the contract side of it. If you're selling shares of GameStop to buy the contracts, it's counterintuitive. You're actually selling your own position. So don't do that, please. Hell yeah, sell AMC all damn day, but not GameStop. So I wish you guys best of luck. I know people want to jump in on the option side of it. Not me.
Financial
I know the
advice,
gamma ramp's
but let me
coming.
tell you how
Not
to
me.
organize your position.
Right.
And how you invest, but not financial advice. Definitely not financial advice.
Mm-hmm.
So you know his
this
cost
is-
average is $29.
Yeah.
He posted, I don't know, a little bird told me that. So
Oh,
does it
okay.
mean he's down like 50%?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. So he needs the stock to go over 100% to
And-
just break even?
Yes. Yeah.
And if it's like, and in case you know, I don't usually do like financial takes, like investment advice on my channel. It's like a hit or miss thing. Like I've done one video this whole year maybe on it when I mentioned bonds, but like there's a reason why I don't say not financial advice, because it's clearly financial advice. Like I'm not liable in it to it in
Right.
a way like other people are, but this not financial advice shit, shut up. It is financial advice. Stop playing this little LARP where you think you're not giving people financial advice. I mean,
Yeah.
you can put it's like, hey, I'm not a financial professional, you know, do your own research and everything. That's a little different, you know, letting people know your level of expertise. But it is financial advice. Be honest with your audience.
Yeah. And we're not professionals. We're not claiming to be professionals. And crucially, we don't take people's money and with the expectation that we provide financial advice. So that is a crucial part of the Investment Advisors Act that defines what they mean by an investment advisor and investment advice. So you're completely correct in that disclaimer is pointless for what they think it is, what they think it does. They're worried about getting sued, whatever else. But I mean,
I think they're more
that does
worried
not
about, like,
stop
civil
them from
lawsuits.
getting sued. It would not stop them from getting sued, and it would probably not stop them from, being slapped down
Well,
with something.
it's like how if you sign a waiver form, like say you go to a theme park and you sign a waiver form to do the bungee cord jump. It doesn't matter that you sign the waiver if you sign the waiver form and the cord breaks, they're still liable for not maintaining the equipment.
Sure.
There's reliance.
Yeah.
So even if he can say not financial advice till he's fucking blue in the face, if he was holding himself out as some sort of expert with the and giving information that was negligent, like naked shorts and Ken Griffin and all this bullshit, someone can sue him for that because he gave information that was faulty.
Right. Yeah. It wouldn't necessarily be under the Investment Advisors Act thing. It would just be
No, it would be
general
just civil.
Yeah, general fraud. Yep. Manuel, go ahead.
He claimed to be an expert on. There was a space. They were talking with Fort Daddy about Mulan, and Maran says like he was a financial expert. He get paid by Google. He works for Google, and he get paid to talk about finance.
Oh,
so.
because he's a YouTube personality who's monetized. Okay, sure, cool. Fuck.
Oh man. Yeah, I was just about to say hi to Badback, and then he popped out. There he is again. What's up, sir?
Nothing, just having fun.
Well, I hopefully come to the right place. You know what I should do? Hang on here.
I heard that voice before. I don't know. Somebody joined today the Maranza live, and I don't know.
Oh yeah.
It looked like I heard that voice before. I recognize it.
Yeah, I heard someone got them all riled up.
Let's see here. Oh, I'm gonna try to. Well, anyway. Let everybody. I need like some kind of indicator on the screen, like who's in the chat, but I don't have that. So. Anyway. Okay, here's one that I found just a little bit ago while I was in the bathroom. And I'm not like the Ape Father, so I'm not going to make a video while I'm in the bathroom. I'm just going to send myself a link to it. But this is a channel called Stock Retail, and I think we've looked at this one before. Oh. It's one of these, like, trying to be objective and fact-based type channels. But so I listened to a little bit of this.
Thumbnails make me cringe.
Yeah, they're not so great. But I mean, neither are mine. So I whatever.
I mean, your thumbnails don't look like they were made in MS Paint, like that one for this video where it's just the Ghostbuster, and then just this white empty space with what is that, like regular sans font with nothing going on there.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this. It's like a handprint, but it's got an ape face, and it's kind of freaking me out, actually. Yeah.
It's like, you can do so much more with that. Please. All I ask from YouTube pumpers is if you're going to be a pumper, please try. Please at least try to put effort in.
And
it's 2024. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, there's AI that can do it too, right? So you don't even have to do it. You can get an AI to do it if you can't. If you have no eye for design.
I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of CSI's thumbnails are.
I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of his.
The game is quantity over quality. They're trying to pump them out, get as many views as they can.
Oh yeah,
as quick as they can.
So this guy claims to have 2 master's degrees in business, an MBA, and a master's in supply chain. Okay, and they're talking about Shorty. They use that language, Shorty.
Yeah, the minute you use that language, you're not a professional.
So here's what they say. Shorty, I may be newer to YouTube, but not to this play. If you come at me with weak sauce, understand you're dealing with someone with high intelligence and high emotional control. You will lose. Check my receipts. I love the stock.
Oh my God.
High intelligence and emotional and high intelligence and high emotional control.
I guarantee you, he is about on my level. Probably, he is probably a college dropout who is a midwit who thinks because he went to college for like a fleeting moment of his life that he's smarter than everyone else.
You were describing yourself there?
No, him and.
Oh, okay.
I'm under no illusion that I'm some wizard of intelligence, but neither is he.
Right. Badback, what you got?
Here's the thing. If they are so intelligent, then no matter how much they love the stock, they would have sold at huge profits.
Yeah.
And then maybe rebought at these levels or close to these levels, but at least took profits somewhere along the run up.
You'd think
defend not doing that.
Yep. And he said, I closed it, but I can bring it back up here. I believe he said he was in AMC since 2020, which that's longer than I was. Let's see. I've been in AMC since 2020. That's what they say. Far more known there than on YouTube, on Twitter since January 2021, and a little on Reddit. Okay.
Yeah, then why the fuck did you not?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like,
if they were in it since 2020, and of course this is all affected by all the different, splits and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, so the price is different. But I mean, yeah, down here in this world here,
prices.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at somewhere around the what is that? So 20 would be $2 on a pre-reverse split basis, roughly. So anyway,
Roughly,
between
yeah.
three, it looks like $4 and $4 and a little above $1. So
yeah, because this here was this was where it hit like the rock bottom before the GameStop squeeze. So, and I think it was around $3, $2-3, something like that.
You see that first squeeze there? I might have gotten a little trigger happy and at least sold some of it there. Like that's at least a double, triple up, right?
Oh, at least, yeah. This is
it's a 10x if you bought it at the bottom.
Yeah, that's close to 1,000%, 10x, and then
it's ridiculous.
The next one is
that's why I don't believe he bought it in
6.5.
2020, because there's no way. There is no way that you make an almost 20%, an almost 20x, almost a 20 bag, and say, nah, I'm gonna keep holding.
Right. So yeah,
the Marine did that.
AMC didn't crash right away. It still stayed.
Yeah.
What did it peak at 70 something? So it still stayed in the 50s and 60s and 40s for a nice amount of time.
Yep.
And the worst they should have done is sold their initial investment to get that money back and just played with house money.
Correct. Yeah.
There's no way you can defend not doing that as a minimum.
Yeah. I agree. Okay,
But
so
the Marine did that. He put the screenshots to prove it. So he was up just in profits over $200,000.
oh man.
And he let all that go, and now he's underwater because they're greedy, because they probably put $20,000 and they saw that thing going up every week, every month. They watch all the videos. They really thought that they got the short squeeze, that Kenny was going to make them rich, and they didn't want 200,000, because I mean, if I make 200,000, I'll still have to come to work. That thing is not going to last me for the next 30 years. So
right.
They just wanted to just do nothing and retire with a few million. So
yeah,
and that's what happened. They're great, and now they're crying and they're
telling people, if you cash out, you're going to have to pay taxes on it. Remember that was their big.
Oh yeah, right. They were saying wait
point,
so that you can go into long-term capital gains or whatever, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was part of the reason, part of the excuse for holding. And there's been so many different excuses, and then of course now it's just been like, well, why should I sell now? Like, hey, I can't sell now at these prices, and blah blah blah. So anyway, that's who we're dealing with here on this. So this video is like, just whose thesis is iced, shorties or AMC? So this again, this stupid false narrative, false thing about one side is going to win and one side is going to lose, and the whole time, I mean, on one hand, I think it's bullshit. On the other hand, obviously, retail investors have lost a lot of money. So, yeah, whose thesis is wrong? I mean, well, I think that's pretty clear, based on this stock price, like who had the better thesis now. So he's trying to argue, well, it's one of these fundamental arguments, but so that's, boring, typical. Oh, well, when Hollywood comes back, when the movies come back, AMC's will become profitable, and we'll have our short squeeze. But then he gets into this part where he's talking about bankruptcy, and I'll just play it, and we'll hear a little bit of his fundamental shit. But it's interesting what happens when he starts talking about the share price versus whether a company is solvent or not. And I think there's an unintended consequence or impact, or he's showing something that he doesn't really plan. I don't think he really means to explain, but it's one of these things that debunks kind of the whole theory, if you think about it. So let's take
Q2 and
check this out
Q3
here.
we were basically better than 2019 on half the movies. So when the movies come back and we've bolstered ourselves with all these other lines of revenue, we're going to fly. And that's what you see here in my 2025 and 2026 outlooks.
I mean, the problem is that, yeah, you can go back to 2019 levels. The stock wasn't anywhere near what they need it to be.
Yeah, wasn't it trading in like the upper teens to the 20s?
Yeah. I mean, of course, now it's been affected by all this bullshit, so it's like 70 something.
Yeah, like
but
2019, so it was trading around $8. So it was trading even less than I thought it was. It was trading in the closer to the upper teens from 2015 to 2017, 2018. Yeah, because that's when they started getting a lot of their debt was after 2016 onward.
Yep.
And that's where
that's when Aileron joined the company. Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, yeah, it was in that range, and so that range is let's say comparable to where the stock was in 2022. You know, roughly somewhere in that, like, yeah, pretty much like Q3, Q4 of 22 after the ape came out, I guess. Right. But that adds a whole other thing. But
yeah,
so messy.
That's the other part you have to figure out. It's kind of bad.
But in any case, you know, if you look at what the what with the revenues and things like that, you know. And I was looking at the box office revenue and stuff too, and you know, because that one kid was saying, "Oh, AMC's gonna have the best earnings ever." It's like, well, not based on box office. So my point is just that this all was so irrational. This was, you know, whatever the hell this was, whether it was a short squeeze or gamma squeeze or Wall Street jerking around. Who knows? Who cares? But it popped off in this era with all this free money, you know, and so. This is not related to fundamentals. Clearly, we know that because goddamn theaters were closed most of this time. So why are we talking about fundamentals to get back to those levels when it was never fundamentals that took you there? I don't know. It just seems like a lost cause to me, but that's what he seems to be saying. But that's
he's forgetting about dilution too.
Well, they have to talk about fundamentals right now. Like I think most people that are honest have moved on past the short squeeze like talk, but there's still some of them that are like hanging on there like bigums who are sort of in this short squeeze narrative, but also trying to say fundamentals is what will get us there. And like you said, it's like even if you got back to above those 2019 levels, you're still looking at a stock in the upper single digits or in the low teens.
Yep.
That's not where this was. And I have a feeling a lot of people would be still mad and disappointed about that.
Here's the thing. An AMC short squeeze right now is the like $5-6. They're short squeeze. None of these people are getting even close to even, much less profitable.
Yeah.
Even if it does squeeze. Like, I mean, they
right.
lost.
And that's considering maybe even some of the people who came in late or came in early that are underwater, because almost all of them are underwater now. We're not even talking about the people who were stupid enough to buy at the tippy top like Ethan.
Yeah, so just for, you know, for fun, let's say that somebody bought, so this would have been like the $50-$60 range, I believe, in here, like maybe in July of 2021 or so, right in here when this dip here. A lot of people bought in here, you know, coming in here, and so I just picked that as a, you know, kind of a random place and within the overhead supply zone. But I mean, that's 98% down from there. I mean, 98% to where it's at, to where the price is now. I mean, that's pretty dismal. I mean, that's pretty.
And then go do it the other way and see how much they'd have to have the stock go up just to get back there.
Sure. Let's see.
Because that's going to be
confused on where
disgusting
this is.
levels of.
Yeah. And I'll even put the magnet on so we can get actual levels. Or, yeah. Sure. 3. Well, anyway, it will be close. I'll even give them a few cents on it.
Yeah.
So you're looking at like over 5,000%.
Christ.
Yeah, I mean it's it's $205, or 5,059%.
But it's not going to do that because it cannot do that because the company already authorized tons of shares and they're going to dump it.
Yeah.
As soon as this thing has some momentum going, they know they have to dump those shares because they know the overhead supply.
Well,
they know that some people just want to be made whole.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Well, I think that's why it's
happen?
trading so low as it is. Like after that first big dip from the there back in September from the reverse, you had another big dip after one of the first authorizations. Yeah, that one that's there around November, around the earnings.
Okay. Here.
Yeah. Basically, that's all capitulation. That's people realizing it's over. It's done. I just want to get out with what I can get out with. It's over, and it's just been dying rapidly since then.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe some people, and maybe if I'm not saying that the company doesn't have the ability to continue as a going concern, but all of the old people are pretty much done. And maybe there's a chance if someone, I wouldn't do it here in 2024 because, we've talked before, I think there's a recession coming. But if this doesn't go bankrupt and it stays at those levels, maybe you look at AMC, if it shows good, good earnings eventually. But this is clearly capitulation. People are just like, I'm done.
So I noticed, I'm seeing like increasing volume on dumps. So these dumps, the large red candles, like even today, down 8? Is that right? 8.5% on higher than average volume, close to 20 million of volume. 30-day average is 15.
And there's no support. Where's the support?
I have no.
It just doesn't exist.
I mean, you're down in no man's land here. This is unprecedented waters here, uncharted territory. Yeah. So it's we're probably about to have an Ocean Gate episode here. Sorry for the imagery there, but an implosion. Anyway, so that's who we're dealing with here, somebody who's making that argument. But I want to get to this part because it kind of ties into what we were just talking about. So,
and remember, those were based. 2026 is a little bit of
2020. How in the hell can you forecast 2026? Get out of here.
Work on
no clue.
There'll be, but 2025. There's a lot of movies that are already known that'll be there. So there was a little bit of an informed forecast there. It's not just kind of made up.
Okay.
What I want to just switch topics for real quick. Actually, so let me go back. Let me just remind ourselves, because the blip was known.
He's talking about the strike.
I believe it was wise that Adam diluted when he did. He reduced our debt. He pocketed the cash. We're gonna talk about that by the end of this. And he set us up to get through the blip and have no bankruptcy. But you're being told lately, in particular, I've seen this on Twitter quite a bit, that you needed to be concerned about bankruptcy. And there were some who frankly even claimed to be apes. One I saw today who even claims to, just used a lot of faith-based language and, trying to sound real sympathetic. But I believe they've been spreading a lot of lies. So interesting that they're using faith-based language while they're spreading lies. That, I don't know. Just be careful about some of that stuff.
Kind of like you.
If they're talking about AMC on YouTube, they're spreading lies. Let's be honest.
I've seen some people talk about, the stock will go so low, and then you'll.
Yep. Yes. Okay. So here, this is it here.
And I want to just talk through.
Go ahead, Bat.
Bankruptcy.
Yeah.
The bankruptcy thing doesn't just because they're staving off bankruptcy does not mean it's a good investment. Does not mean the company or share price is going to skyrocket.
Well, they're doing liquidation by another means. Like they may not be going to bankruptcy, but they're liquidating their shareholders to pay their debt holders, or in the case of GameStop, they're closing and liquidating storefronts and everything,
cutting benefits for everything. Yeah, cutting all kinds of employee.
That's liquidation.
Right.
That's basically what you do in a bankruptcy.
Yeah. Right. Okay, continuing here.
Through the differences between stock price and something called solvency.
Okay, I'm just going to run it back just a little bit
I've seen
here.
some people talk about, well, the stock will go so low and then you'll go bankrupt. And I want to just talk through the differences between stock price and something called solvency. Solvency is your ability to pay your debt. So stock price, that's just the current market trading price, of a share of a company's publicly traded equity. You know that, right? You look every day.
Yeah, we know
and
that.
You see what's our stock price, and that's been a little tough. But that's the asterisk, right? That's driven by more than simple supply.
And here we go with some ape shit.
Algorithms, high frequency trading, short ladder attacks.
Spoofing.
Before I get gaslit, these are all things that some major companies have admitted to in court, okay, and paid all kinds of fines on.
Not about AMC, though. So, I mean, I don't know why we would assume that it's happening with AMC. He's correct in that, yeah, firms have been fined for this shit in the past. I haven't seen any. Has anybody seen any charges that stuck or anything, regulatory or, legal that actually had any legs that stuck that having to do with any of the meme stocks? I mean, I haven't personally.
No.
Like, no regulatory stuff or any fines on any institution or individual.
I think there's some civil lawsuit.
Yeah,
currently going on right now with Robinhood and the buy button, but that's a little different. That's you were negligent in your operations, and that's
like SEC initiated stuff.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this is all just customer stuff. This isn't actual government.
Right.
Actual you broke the law stuff.
Plenty of CEOs getting. You have CEOs getting, how you call that, Wells notices?
Wells notices, yeah.
And then
okay,
when AMC, the investors sue and they got paid on with more shares, worthless shares.
For the Wanda.
An awesome lawsuit.
This
was, in the Delaware litigation, the settlement.
Oh, that settlement, yeah. Well, yeah.
To 1.
Right. Okay, those things, but none of those were really market related.
Directly,
it wasn't that somebody was spoofing the order book or
In fact, every time that you've had one of these lawsuits, it's not been any of these supposed bad actors that they've imagined. It's been like the company, the charges against AMC was against the company and its officers for breach of fiduciary duty under the Blasius standard in the Delaware Court of Chancery. You talk about the MMTLP situation, those 2 Wells notices, they're not against, Ken Griffin or anything. They're against officers of the company that fucked you.
John Berta. Yeah. Right. Okay. So we haven't seen any of that stuff, any of the stuff that he just mentioned there, all the, trickery and, manipulation tactic fantasies that they have. But of course you have to mention it if you're doing this kind of grift here.
Major companies have admitted to in court, okay, and paid all kinds of fines on. So these are things that are absolutely happening. We've got derivatives, swaps, cross asset trading. I've talked about the tokens. So there's a whole lot.
Oh, the tokens
price,
right?
That isn't necessarily telling us just supply and demand. And I just continue to ground myself.
I mean, see, even if those things, some of those things are in use, I mean, I would argue that at the end of the day, it's still driving supply and demand. It might be artificial in some sense. Like the most simplest example would be, I'm going to go out and buy a shitload of shares of something that I don't really want, but just to change the price. That kind of thing. Okay. That's still supply and demand at work. It's contrived. It's maybe fraudulent. I'm planning on dumping it later. I need the price to go, I need the price to go up like very soon kind of thing. But it's still supply and demand that's working, through that manipulation to affect the price. So I disagree with that the whole thing that he's saying here, but also we don't have any evidence of any of the stuff that he mentioned applying here or really on anything recently. That may be because the SEC is so far behind, but in any case, I mean, a lot of this regulatory, like marking shorts as longs and that kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff happened in 2016, 17, 18. I think probably because rules were changed, regulations were changed, and institutions hadn't caught up to it. I'm just speculating there, but anyway, I'm going to continue here. I think you probably see where I'm going with this, but keep going.
Meanwhile, the market cap, that's the total value of a company based on all the shares outstanding at the current stock price. And again, remember, that can be manipulated. Now, I have not talked yet anything about being able to pay your bills, right? So what we need to really hone in on is what's solvency? What is basically the ability to not go bankrupt? When you're insolvent, you go bankrupt, and you either file Chapter 11 or Chapter 7. Chapter 11 you come out of, but shareholders, are hurt. In Chapter 7, often you just don't even come out of. Maybe someone buys your brand name or something.
I knew somebody would.
Chapter 11 can be a liquidation. Just ask the Bed Bath & Beyond people. Or actually, don't ask them.
Don't
give you retarded answers. Ask the company. Oh, wait, it doesn't exist.
Right.
And I'm just, frankly, side note, very proud of this executive team and Adam for having now fought for 4 years to not go bankrupt. He has said
that's his job.
I don't even want to say it, but he will not be going bankrupt while he's at the helm. Right. So, and he has so far been a man of his word. And if someone can keep their word for 4 straight.
Yeah, I mean, that's like every company that ever went bankrupt, their CEO said that. So,
yeah. Well,
but here's the thing. I would argue that AMC not going bankrupt had a lot to do with the pandemic and the ability to defer debt.
Oh, yeah.
To give bill, forgiveness and shit like that. They were well on their way to going.
Right.
So
and
it's
that's
not like the Adam Aaron and the management team are the ones that actually staved it off. They got lucky by a crazy circumstance. You know what I mean? Same way the squeeze. It all was because of a bunch of crazy circumstances that happened all at once.
Right. And
never been seen before.
The interesting thing about that point is that in that sense, then you could say that Adam Aaron is essentially undoing the damage that he did before the pandemic. A lot of this was brought, having to do with all the acquisitions and all that shit and his quest to build the largest theater chain in the world. And then, the double-edged sword of the pandemic hit, which on one hand fucked them because, they had to close, but and movies took a hit. On the other hand, then there was this, all this free cocaine that the Fed was giving out. And so it was like a second chance to not undo, but to get back. But that's part of the whole grift because, this guy
of it also cut the other way because like GME had plenty of shares that if they wanted to, dilute to the moon and back, but like AMC had severe problems and they got handicapped and had to spend this whole year of a detour to try and get back to where they could, sell equity again. And by the time they could sell it, all the value had.
Yeah. So, continuing here.
8 years and set us up for success, then that's someone I'm willing to listen to and continue to listen to.
Great.
And I will continue to say that no matter how many people try to attack me with all kinds of gross memes that I have to delete on my feed. I support him and I support his team because they have steered us through very, very rough seas, and we have not gone under. But let's focus in on solvency. So these are my words. Solvency is the ability of a company to service debt and pay its current bills. So you've got things like, can you even pay your workers' paychecks? Can you pay your, gas, electric, and water bills? Can you keep up on your accounts payable? Like when they get the candy, when they get the popcorn, they need to pay whoever made that, the manufacturer, right? You've got to pay for computers. You've got to pay, just any number of things. Any supplies you have, you've got bills.
Yeah, we get it.
Right?
Expenses.
If you cannot pay your bills, you are insolvent. And that is why he has been very focused on the amount of cash they have. If you go back and read an interview he had in 2021, he talked about his time, I'm forgetting, was it Carnival Cruise? Whichever cruise line he was at. I mentioned how busy and multitasking I've been, so my brain is a little bit all over the place. Anyway, whichever cruise line he was at, that he was watching their cash amounts daily, right? And so, sorry, someone came in the room real quick.
God damn it.
He knows how to keep a focus on the amount of cash we need to stay solvent.
Okay.
And so that has nothing to do with the stock price.
There it is. That was a clutch statement right there, and I just sped it up, and then he said it. Let me go back.
Knows how to keep a focus on the amount of cash we need.
Okay, it's talking about how Adam Aaron keeps, a tight watch on the amount of cash on hand
to stay solvent. And so that has nothing to do with the stock price. Your stock price, now, if you needed to feed your business with dilution, if you were actually paying your bills with dilution, then you could go bankrupt if your stock price wasn't holding up. Because I've talked a lot on my feed about access to capital, right? If you needed to sell shares to pay bills, that would also just be a real problem anyway in terms of your business model, which, by the way, there's another...
Unless you have billions of shares to issue, which I think they have.
Was he
quite a few.
arguing that because they have cash on hand, it doesn't matter what their debt is because they have access to cash? Is that what he's...
No, I think it's, well, possibly. But what I got from this is he says the ability of the company to pay its bills
is what determines bankruptcy.
That's what determines bankruptcy, not the stock price. Yep. Right? Because that's just what traders in the marketplace are willing to exchange these shares for. So here's my spin on it then. If that's the case, which I think I would agree with that much. The stock price that's a secondary market of institutions and individuals who are trading this equity that represents ownership in this company. That price is determined by the market. That's the market price. And you can say whatever you want, whether you think it's too high or too low, but that's where the deals are happening. But the narrative, though, on a lot of these meme stocks is that short sellers are trying to bankrupt companies.
I got you.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, right?
Correlation does not equal causation.
And we know that the philosophy of short selling, there's a lot of reasons why somebody would do it, but generally speaking, you think that the price is going to go down. You think it's overvalued, and on a stock like AMC, I would say it's, you got to have some balls probably to short it at these levels. I wouldn't, but hey, whatever. I don't know how much how much profit really there is to gain. I guess $3 a share, $3.67 a share, essentially. But I don't think it's going to go to zero though. So
yeah, like the only reason that you would short right now is if you were totally in the win bankruptcy mindset, and I just not with the cash on hand.
Yeah, so
right now,
but maybe it would. Maybe it would make sense, if you understood, where the stock was before, what was happening with the company, and you see this happen, you see it pop up here or even here or even at these levels, you say, well, man, that, clearly that's overvalued. It's not based on any fundamentals. It may stay up here for a bit, but chances are it's going to come back down. That seems like, that's a fairly decent trade idea. And yes, it worked out for a lot of people, to do, because we could say that the shares were overvalued there. And so simplified, you borrow overvalued shares and wait until they are worth less and then pocket the difference. So my thing here is, that's what I've been saying. That's what we've been saying for like almost 3 years here, is that short sellers aren't really out. The goal isn't to bankrupt the company. The goal is for them to make money. There's a Bloomberg article from 2018 that I showed once, talks about how when companies go bankrupt and short sellers have positions in them, and these companies, either get liquidated or whatever in an unexpected time frame, short sellers can actually get trapped there in that limbo, and it can take a while for that to clear up, and that ties up that capital, that collateral that they've got out on that, and they could be sitting on, pretty decent gains that they can't access because it's all tied up in bankruptcy. So the point is that the apes like to go around saying, oh, short sellers are shorting the company into the ground and they're bad for business, and they're un-American and all this garbage. But the reality is, even according to Bloomberg and the people they talk to, they may not actually prefer that it go bankrupt, because they want to be able to cash out, and a bankruptcy might delay that. So that's just something, on top there. But in any case, the idea that the stock price itself, like, short sellers cannot bankrupt companies, really. Like, that's not really, they got the blocks out of order there. Like, it's not short selling causing bankruptcy. It's short sellers recognizing, hey, this company is in trouble, and is there an opportunity? Because, of course, there's going to be other people who do not agree with that, and they buy or try to go long or whatever. So I just thought it was interesting. I'm going to let him play a little bit more of the video here.
Effectively arguing against something when it benefits his narrative.
Correct.
That they argue for.
Yeah, it's that misunderstanding of short selling as this way that, bad actors can try to knock companies off. Like, that's what they seem to say. That's what they say. They talk about, the short sellers trying to destroy the companies during the pandemic. I don't see that at all.
What also the ministers keep talking about, that the reason the short sellers and the hedge funds don't close their short position is because they want the company to go bankrupt. They want the company to go to zero because they don't have to pay taxes.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen any evidence about that. But it's ridiculous because everybody
right.
taxes
that's the
on
why
and trade motto.
Why would you
put out there?
Right. Oh, that's your reward for bankrupting the company. You don't have to pay taxes on your fucking gains. Right. Like, where in the hell do they come up with this shit? It's crazy. Okay. Continuing here.
A lot of people have pushed on you, which I stayed away from, because in my analysis, I realized they were paying bills with their shares. So always, do your due diligence, be careful. But AMC is not doing that. Now, AMC has been paying down debt in some cases using shares, but note too that those were sold at a premium. The bondholders were basically buying shares above market value to give some of our to write off. Some
didn't they give the shares to Antara below market value? I thought that's what Didn't they? Weren't those shares?
And they gave them to them
well,
below the
some
market
of them
value.
were, some of them weren't, but the average of them was at market value. That's why they were allowed to do that.
Okay, all right.
So,
but they didn't. Yeah, but they didn't really get much of a. They didn't get a premium on the shares. I mean, and that in fact, that was one of the gripes from the apes. It's like, well, he waited until the shares like hit rock bottom of ape to issue shares.
That was the only people that was going to.
I mean,
well, he was selling the whole way down, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Well, they sold it originally when it hit the peak, and then I can't remember was it who they sold to, and everybody was bitching and whining that they gave them a discount, and that stopped the original squeeze. I can't remember which firm it was. Not Melvin.
Oh,
fuck.
You mean in 2021?
Back in 2021 when it hit its all-time high in that area.
That was Mudrick.
Mudrick?
Yeah, and they said everybody was whining that they gave them to them at a discount, and that's what stopped the squeeze and stopped the buying pressure and all that.
Right.
What stopped the squeeze was that big old box we got on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and see, this is all it's all wacky because of all the numbers have been adjusted, and I got, like everybody, used to those numbers. But I refuse to talk about it in pre-split terms because that's not where we are. So we just have to suffer through it. But you can see just here on this float shares outstanding that I have on here on TradingView, and I'll enlarge that to show this. It's just quarterly, so doesn't have that much resolution. But I mean, you're going from 5.79 million shares in 2019 to 58.4 million shares in 2022. And so this squeeze.
That's another thing to keep in mind with the price, because you got to look at it on a market cap basis. What's the difference between what the price was in 2019 when he's talking about, if we get back to 2019 levels, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, okay, cool. But what's that compared to the current float? Because the current float in 2019 was down around about 6 million roughly. And now it's an order of magnitude larger than that.
That's correct. And so this squeeze here, whatever this big, the run up of June 2021 happened, and it's unclear exactly, how many shares there were exactly at that time based on this, but I just put a line in to connect the dots. But this happened when this whole, this transformation was happening, this massive increase in the number of shares that took place here. And just from the basic supply and demand curve, that everybody learns, you have the supply, you have the number of shares massively going up at a time when also the stock price, has this irrational pop. What do you think is going to happen? What pretty much has to happen, like, to satisfy the laws of the universe, basically, this thing's probably going to come down. And that's what happened. It's hard. I wish we could pull up Ape. We can't pull it up. It's gone. It pulls up something else. I don't even know what this is. Some pharmaceutical company on some other exchange. So, at least not on TradingView. I don't know. It's available somewhere, I'm sure. But yeah. So my thing with this is, if this is the case, then all of the talk, which obviously has been nonsense anyway, about short sellers when they're trying to bankrupt companies and doubling down and they can't close and all this kind of nonsense. Well, it's just that. It's nonsense. I mean, there's no basis in reality for that. It doesn't play out that way. I've tried to find examples of short sellers who bankrupted companies, and I can't find it. I mean, or nobody, at least it's never described that way in anything I've seen that, that they even had a hand in it. That's not really, I mean, we're talking about a completely separate pile of money, basically, that short sellers have access to. They don't have access to the company bank accounts that they pay bills out of. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what the market has anything to do with, except indirectly.
Selling is not going to affect the company's day-to-day business operation.
There you go. That's a much simpler way to say it. I'm going to see if he has anything else to say here.
Think through, like, when we had the dilution, we came out with around $1 billion of cash. In fact, let's talk about that. So how about AMC's solvency? In the middle of Q4, there was a moment where we had around $1 billion.
I'm not going to go through too much of this, but
because we need an update from Adam. So when we have the next earnings call, we will hear what did we land with in terms of cash, and then of course where are we now? But let's just call it we have around $1 billion of cash.
Microsoft PowerPoint to do these videos.
It looks like it. It looks like he's also blacked out or whited out something on this slide here with these boxes, and didn't.
I just asked. I just asked. Can you put some effort in? You're killing me over here, Smalls.
We reduced our debt by about $173 million since Q3, so that means there is a little over $4 million, like $4.3 million, reduced cash outflow.
I mean, wake me up when it's 500 million, when it's $500 million or something. I don't know. I'm just not excited about these numbers. I don't know how you could really spin this. His bottom line.
AMC is clear of any real risk.
Clear of any real risk. Said another way, if this was a bell curve, AMC is 2 sigma ahead of the game, and Shorty is at the point of no return. I don't really see that.
Is that whole sentence even?
Nonsense. It's nonsense is what it is.
Oh my goodness. What a fucking tryhard.
Yeah. So he's saying, let's see here.
Yeah, he had to use the 2 sigma thing.
Yeah, he had to go all smart ass on us here.
I hate when people do that. Al from Boston loves doing that a lot, where he gets out his thesaurus and he picks a random word out there to try and make him sound smarter.
Well, yeah,
it's like, dude, fucking stop it.
Well, and I love when they find a word and then they use it all the time.
So a 2 sigma move, if I'm looking at this chart here, he's saying it's a 50% move on the bell curve.
Hang on basically. Here. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's 2 standard deviations.
Sure. Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, no. I that's overly optimistic in my opinion, but I mean, okay.
That's putting it nicely.
I don't know.
Just call it fucking bullshit.
Right. I don't know what basis there is for that to be the case. I'll say that. The strike will end. I mean, okay, yeah. Again,
it didn't it already?
Yeah, and you'll get back to 2019 levels. That's great. That's not good enough, essentially. So if we looked at the box office, quarterly, and I was doing this the other day, by quarter. So 2023 Q1 1.7 billion, Q2 2023 2.6, okay, good, respectable, I guess. Q3 2.6, Q4 1.8. So this was to debunk Mikey's money, the kid in his bedroom. AMC stock is going to make everybody rich, kid. 20-year-old dude saying AMC is going to have its
it's even worse than
best quarter ever.
It's fucking saying something.
What's that now?
Even the box office is even worse than 2021, and that's saying something. On Q4, that's just bad.
Yeah. So, and in Q1 so far, it's at 561 million. So, I guess there's somebody over in chat saying, "Is this an anti-AMC live?" Well, I suppose more of an evidence-based analysis
reality.
live, but yeah, reality live. If the pumper thesis is
I like
fake,
the popcorn.
then
I haven't had the popcorn. Is it good?
Oh, yes, it's delicious.
Oh, there we go.
Just because we're saying the pumper thesis is fake, it doesn't have to have AMC bankrupt. We just went over.
no, yeah.
Yep.
And this naked shorting shit. Learn
Where's the evidence?
of the market and what they do.
Yeah, I mean, naked shorting. Okay, yeah. And I saw a UFO last week. What's that?
Naked shorting, this is a thing where they get confused about market entities and what each entity does and how they make money.
Oh, like
And what the
liquidity
purpose of
fairy?
The market is for. Right.
The liquidity fairy.
And even in the cases that there is naked shorting, like say the Sabby case, I love bringing that one up because you know who told the SEC that their clients were naked shorting?
Was it
using a derivative as their locate?
Was it a short seller?
Shares?
Was it a short sellers?
It was their broker. It was the broker that reported them
Ah.
for naked short selling because they didn't want to. And that's how the system works.
There is a little.
I mean,
oops. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to play that.
But like, people act like the SEC can't find these things if they happen. They've got to pretend like, well, the SEC doesn't do anything because they never, because there's not much that on since Reg Show as far as naked shorting goes, and that's because it doesn't happen as much as the pumpers tell you it does.
Right. Or
the evidence is in retail owning 90%.
Yeah. Well, how did?
So, really, retail owns 90%.
Retail investors are not all apes. Apes are retail investors. Not all retail investors are apes, which means that they often sell just to another retail investor who then might sell tomorrow. Like that's a meaningless statistic. Who fucking cares?
Yeah. Right. And it's that 90% figure too. That itself was Adam Aaron qualified that. They never want to mention this, but in that statement where Adam Aaron said that, he said, if you exclude index funds,
institutions,
because they are forced to buy, they have to buy in order to keep the ratios of the ETFs and whatever, to mirror the indices. If you exclude that, then whatever's left after you take out the index funds, which is millions of shares. I forget how many now. I was actually looking at ETF components the other night. If you take all those out, whatever's left, 90%. They own retail investors own 90% of that amount. That's very different than saying retail owns 90% of the float. I mean, and if you can't see the difference there, you might want to think about what that means, because he's not telling you that you own 90%. He did not say that you own 90% of the float. That's not what he said. And that's not reality. And the numbers bear that out. So, I mean, it was I don't know why. Well, I don't know why he said it, but it was a slimy thing to say. It was misleading, absolutely, especially given the emotional everything about this, that someone like him in that position absolutely knows. He knows what's going on with all the people who think that there's going to be a short squeeze. So
he knows how it's going to be interpreted.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Lynn says they only own 90% because no one else wants to trash. Well, and also here's another tidbit. another reason why that whole, even if that was true, it still wouldn't mean what the apes think it means, because there absolutely can be more shares traded than are in the float. And
they need to understand shares are not a physical entity. They're
correct.
Financial.
It's a financial product, a financial instrument.
It's a financial legal product where it thing that gives you a theoretical legal claim on a company that is also liquid and not physical anymore.
Whoever it was that made the dumbass analogy of a car having one title, and you can only
Wes Christian.
That would be Elon Musk.
Well, Wes Christian said that too. That's who I heard say it.
Stupid
but
analogy.
It is a dumb analogy.
Yeah, that really fucked the apes up, because after they heard that, they haven't been able to hear anything else.
And
they always go back to that.
They always do. And the thing is, and so the way I think about it is, you have shares.
A better analogy.
Go ahead.
Would be, think of it like think of it like how the how mortgages are bundled together and chopped up and sold to investors, like it was, as part of the financial crisis, the part of the stuff, the basically how mortgages are structured now, where they're all gathered up and they're sold off piecemeal to investors and everything.
Yeah.
That is a more accurate description of it. You may own the title, but 40,000 people in Germany may have a partial claim on your mortgage. That's a closer analogy, and they can trade and move around bits and pieces of your mortgage to whoever that wants to buy it from them. That doesn't mean that there isn't just one title and one house, but they have the legal claims on it if you decide not to pay your fucking bills.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That bit about the legal.
You could equate it to a prostitute.
Or
pay for the hour, half hour. She ain't yours. She belongs to the streets. It's not yours. You don't own it. You're renting it.
So there's a float. There's a certain number of shares, because there just has to be, there's whatever number of shares that the company is authorized. And those shares can be trading. When a share is sold short, there another exposure. So I think of it as exposures. That's the term that I personally use. There can be multiple exposures to multiple positions based on one share, based on the same share. And if this sounds like it's voodoo or something else like that, like, oh, you shouldn't be able to do that, the same thing happens with money.
Yep, all the time.
All the time. So it's not weird. It's not illegal. It's not strange. It's just that people didn't know about it. They didn't think about it, or they think about it as a physical share when it's not. And as Korak said, you don't own anything. You have a contractual conference of ownership privileges or rights, whatever. You have a contractual simulation of ownership. I'll say it that way. Of that share and the rights thereof, but you don't actually own anything. Somebody else is saying that, okay, we're gonna give you the rights.
Unless you have it DRS'd, you even have even less of an ownership. You own it through a third party who holds it for you.
Correct. And the only people who know that are your broker. So when the broker goes, when the brokers settle shares in the settlement process, and I'm oversimplifying this and dumbing it way down intentionally, but just to say that all of the positions that a broker, all of the customers who own AMC or whatever shares, they all get grouped together and say, okay, TD Ameritrade customers have this number of shares of this. And that's all the DTC knows. That's all that clearing and settlement knows. And they get moved around on that basis. The broker, in their database, they say, okay, out of those 200 whatever shares, you know, Scott Allen's got this many, Bad Back's got this many, and yada yada. But it's done like batched, aggregate. So it's not really, you know, your name's not tied to it that way. I don't see any advantage to the DRS. I don't really understand why anybody would want to do that. It's a hassle.
There is one advantage.
They're not lent out, but if you want a short squeeze, wouldn't you want more short interest?
You have to have shares lent.
Right.
You got to have institutional owners.
So if they DRS 100, yeah, what are you going to do? But go ahead. What's the advantage?
The advantage is in Delaware, the beneficial owners are the only ones that have legal claims that they have to be directly mailed their notice of pendency of a settlement or any sort of litigation stuff like that. If you own your shares beneficially through a broker, the only obligation the company and the court has to is notifying your beneficial owner, like your broker, Fidelity, and then it's Fidelity's responsibility to pass the word along to you.
Right.
But
even for like voting stuff and
yeah,
same thing for voting and all that stuff. The legal obligation, because you directly own the shares, is with you. Whereas if it's owned through someone else, the legal obligation is to the person who actually owns the shares, which is your broker, technically, not you.
Okay.
More of a DRS is more of like a long-term thing anyway, because when you go to sell them, don't they give you the VWAP of the day? It's, if you're dealing with a GME or AMC type squeeze, and you want to, seconds can decide what type of price you're going to get. Isn't the DRS where they give you like the average VWAP of the day or some shit? Or
I believe they do. I'm not sure.
Or the last
Go ahead.
3 trading days or something like that. It's some weird shit like that. You can't immediately call and say sell and get that immediate price, as far as I know.
I know some people on Reddit have explored that, and there's videos about it. I can't remember. But see, the thing about DRS is it wasn't really designed for this. This is not really what it's for. Right. This is for what it, from my understanding, like if you work for Home Depot and part of your compensation is in shares, they're going to issue them to you through that transfer agent because they're coming directly, they're issued to you from the company. Like if, in that case. And so that's how it happens.
Doing something like that.
Maybe. But I tried to look, and this was in 2021 when they started talking about DRS. I did a Google search and I limited it. I wanted to see stuff before the meme stock era. I wanted to see people talking about computer share and see what was being said about it. What was the history of this thing before all of this mania. And what I found was interesting because I came across dozens of posts on Reddit, various subreddits, all of them. And I didn't find one. I did not see a single post or anybody talking about, asking about, inquiring about anything about transferring shares into computer share. But I found dozens of posts and questions and people bitching and griping and moaning about trying to get shares out of computer share. And so that was a red flag because, a lot of people are being issued shares through computer share, but people want to get them out of computer share. Nobody's putting shares into computer share until the apes.
Associated with it.
What's that now?
I think there's like fees associated with moving the shares in and out that are associated with.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's it sounds like a pain in the ass to me. But whatever people want to do. I mean, I don't care, but I just don't think. I want to find the clip of Wes Christian saying.
Wait, what's this about Wes Christian being interviewed by Matt Coors? What the fuck?
Oh yeah. That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Well, there's my confirmation on being right about not liking Matt fucking Coors.
Yeah. let's see here. I'm sure he says it in this interview, if this actually is, which it
I
appears
think
to be.
that, yeah, because I know Cord used to say it all the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Consortiums.
Let's see if I got a transcript here. If I can. No, of course not. Damn it. It's going to be hell to find.
Doing. We had to learn the clearing system.
This is why I timestamp all my longer videos so that people can snap to important stuff.
You are a much better man than I. Matt Coles. I called him Matt Coles for so long. It's like I have to think about it. So there's a better copy of it right here. It's the actual copy from Matt Cole's channel himself.
First of all, thank you so much for hopping on this.
Financial treason. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I know, right? God, freaking ridiculous. They changed where you get to the transcript, and I can't remember. I can never remember where in the fuck they put it.
You know what date this was from?
It's from June 8th, 2021. Wow.
Right at the top.
June 2nd was the squeeze.
Yeah. Yeah.
The big run up.
Yep. So this is, yeah.
Right in there, that mania.
June 8th. It was Thursday. Well, that's July.
That's July 8th, yeah. June 8th. So, yeah,
Tuesday.
that was just right after the top.
It was the following.
That was the. It was the day right after the blow off top.
Yeah. So you had Tuesday. So it was Thursday. It was Thursday. No, it was the 8th? What did I say? The 8th. It's okay. So it was the next week.
So it was the next week.
It was
the exact same week from the it's exactly a week away from the blow off top.
Correct. That's it. Right here.
Okay.
So yeah, you're still up in 60s, I think, at that point, and what the price was at that point.
And still plenty of mania around it. Everybody into his streams, everybody going crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's at the last second. That we really, really appreciate it here, and we're just kind of trying to learn a bit more. A lot of us have been following, especially with the Supersonic AMA, and then you followed up with Fox literally yesterday, and like with national attention and everything, like I know those clips are very short, so we thought we could learn something from you and give you a platform to give us a more in-depth explanation of what's going on. There's a lot of interest right now. AMC, GME, naked shorts. So thank you, and I'll just kind of let you take it. You could introduce yourself, and we could just run from there.
Sure. So I'm Wes Christian. Our firm's actually been renamed because of the exit of some partners. It's Christian Levine Law Group now. So it's christianlevinelaw.com. Our new website's up in a couple of days. Other than that, the same people.
What the hell is up with this video? Flashing?
Partners who, frankly, didn't want to continue.
Is that because Ken Griffin's got a direct feed in there, or what? Is it going to go max, what you call it, max headroom on us here?
From like a
not only on
probably laptop, probably the webcam video cables
some potato
loose.
Webcam from his laptop.
Yeah, right.
Other things.
Good old potato cam.
Let's talk about what's going on in the naked shorting space, and in particular, why, frankly, the Reddit and the subgroups, Wall Street Bet.
This is why you don't do not ever use your webcam mic. This right here is why.
Yeah. Terrible.
And others are changing that landscape. Thank you, God. Okay. That's happening. Okay. So for 20 years, I've led several legal consortiums. In that consortium, I will tell you, you're going to hear more about it in the future. I don't want to name firm names, but I've just added 2 more national firms to my consortium to help fight this. So there will be, a total, including all the law firms, about 1,500 lawyers total are in those firms, and there will probably be 20 lawyers.
AMC was $55. I just realized I was scrolled down a little bit. AMC was $55 at this time. He's got the charts up. And GameStop was $293. Oy, oy, oy. Wow. Damn. Yeah.
every day of every week working on fighting this. When we started this out 20 years ago, frankly, we didn't know what we were doing. We had to learn the clearing system and more appropriately, the deficiencies in the clearing system and the loopholes that were being used at that time. I will tell you my personal opinion is that this really started when the Depository Trust Corporation purchased the National Securities Clearing Corporation in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Oh, here it is.
NSCC, if you go to the DTC website, basically is there for continuous net settlement functions.
All right, let's see here. So he talks about, what is it? Title. Here it is. Oh, I love this transcript function right here. All right, and then you can just click on it, go right to it. See, it's 21 minutes in. We would have never found it.
And informing people, because it's so complicated that most people don't understand it. But I think after the example I gave yesterday,
here's the example.
Xeroxing your car title 100 times, selling it to 100 people,
but
you only have one car.
Fuck off.
You know, we said in Texas,
what do you call a mortgage, douchebag?
Yeah, I mean, there's the small detail that the title is not the car. Like having the title does not. Yeah, and if you don't have possession of the car, you know, or if you have the car and you don't have the title, I mean, yeah, you can have possession of the car, but it's not legally. Like, I don't see how this is anywhere close to being an analogy that's fitting. But maybe he'll explain it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
That's just stealing. Well, that's what they're doing. They're electronically creating shares. You might say, how are they allowed to do this? I'll tell you why. Because they converted the whole system to electronic.
So we got a curmudgeon here. We have a neo-Luddite who hates technology. It's the technology's fault.
They Xerox the stock 1,000 times, and that's just theft.
God, go teleport yourself back to the dark ages, you dumb fucking Luddite.
What were you gonna do anyway? Anyway, yeah. Well,
they're electronically creating shares. You might say, how are they allowed to do this? I'll tell you why. Because they converted the whole system to electronic. I wonder why. Oh, because of efficiency, my friend, efficiency. Yeah, right. Okay. So the bottom line.
I mean, that's why every business.
Inclusion.
Like
by it being done digital, it's more inclusion. More people have access.
Oh yeah.
Markets.
Oh yeah. I mean, so there was
and he's so fucking smug while he's saying this.
Oh yeah.
Too. Like he's discovered, like he's cracked the fucking code, and he doesn't realize all the words falling out of his mouth makes him sound like a fucking retard.
True. So there was a paperwork crisis in the 1960s, 70s. I forget exactly when. It's fascinating. I've read about it and looked into it a little bit. But I mean, essentially, you had a period of time when interest in the stock market among retail investors increased, and the volume of trading increased massively, and everything was done on paper, and it was creating backlogs, and things weren't getting entered in time, and you basically went through a modernization period that every business, every industry went through at some point in their history of development. Like the power company, you know, the cable company, or maybe not the cable. They've probably always, well, probably not. You know, they switched from, you know, some type of primitive record-keeping mainframe system or something to a modern web, whatever. You know, that happens. You change systems.
They may still be stuck on that DOS operating system thing for all their inventory and stuff, but
probably.
I mean, they did technically.
Yeah.
I know for sure our company still, like, it's funny, all the computers run on like Windows 10 or like, you know, Windows 7, but in order to be able to, you know, do inventory checks or check, you know, routes on stuff from the warehouse, it's all done in DOSBox because the inventory system still runs on DOS. It's so,
and I'm sure that there's a lot of that in the stock market.
Digitization of the market, but it really has to do with the influx of derivatives and the introduction to derivatives into the market too.
Well, that's another good, yeah, sure. And then you see that sort of come to a head in like something like the 1987 crash, for example. But yeah.
Well,
So
that flash crash where it was all derivatives based and it got everyone out of whack.
Portfolio insurance is what they called it. Yeah, right. So he's oversimplifying it, massively.
Friend efficiency.
Well, that's what all these
right.
conspiracy theorists do. They oversimplify the premise because that's the only way their stupid theory works.
Right. And I have no doubt that there was, that they had to change something because everything was, everything was changing. That was a period of time when everything was changing, becoming, at least on some level, represented digitally or in a way that was indexed in some way. That's when library card catalogs came about and things like that. I mean, on the computer, as opposed to the card catalog itself on a shelf, drawers of cards, which I remember using. But anyway, I digress. So yeah, he's saying that, but keep
okay.
Going.
So the bottom line is this whole electronic transmission is where the problem is. Okay. And so what we've done in our cases, which is important for you to understand.
I mean, why does the same problem not exist in the banking system then, for example? Like, how are we able to send money? Like we could do this 20 years ago or whatever. I mean, PayPal's been around for a while. I've used PayPal since probably the early 2000s with eBay, buying and selling stuff on eBay. So, but I've never had any issue, really. No, I've never had any issue with eBay, with PayPal, money not received, not being, not me not receiving it, the other person not receiving it. No problems like that. No delays, nothing. I mean, I'm sure that people have had problems, but by and large, never been hacked or anything like that. That's not, I mean, that's money and it's electronic. And that happens hundreds of thousands or millions of times a day. Transactions are occurring with no issues in a system that has been refined and developed to the point we have now, to where you don't even need to do that. All you have to do is hold your phone up to the cash register. You don't even have to do touch anything. Just hold it up to the screen and it will pay. So
some places, if you have a membership, you just walk in and just
you put the stuff in your cart,
to take your money,
right, or whatever. I've been to gas stations that have self-checkouts. You just place the item on the counter and it scans it from every side and says, okay, you got all this stuff, here's your total. You just set it on the thing. You don't scan it, it scans it. And it's right. It's always right. It never misses anything. So what the fuck's he talking about here is what I'm saying, because electronics, can be exploited and hacked and whatever else. But I don't think that's what he means. I think he's saying bad actors are using it.
The efficiency of the market in and of itself is the evil.
Is that what he's saying?
Talking about here?
Bad back?
That you can trade.
Yeah, but prior to it being digital, it was human ran. You don't think humans can be bought,
right?
Tampered. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Well, but that's not his issue. His issue is the efficiency of it in and of itself. The fact that the share can pass through so many hands, or the fact that it can be rehypothecated. We're back to that argument we had previously. It's like, why do you have a problem with the share rehypothecation? You probably have money in your pocket that was rehypothecated from someone else's loan into the lumber store that they bought their shit from, and then given back to you as change. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. But because we don't expect money to magically multiply in value, I guess. But for stocks, we do. Yeah. We expect it to explode in value by, 100 times.
Well, not only that, but the normal person looks at a dollar bill and it's worth $1. They're not following the actual value of the dollar.
Whereas the
and how-
stock
you know
is
what
a
I mean?
product, not necessarily. They don't like when they look at the dollar, they just see, like you said, a dollar. They don't understand that that dollar compared to other countries' dollars fluctuates in value.
Correct.
So all they see is the dollar is a dollar. They don't see that the dollar also has its own supply and demand mechanics.
Just like
They see a
just
dollar.
like just like the meme stocks, and yeah, I mean, and really, when you're talking about comparing, stocks to anything else, that's why I always go back to that, because it's probably the closest thing that anybody would understand and use on a daily basis that does share a lot of the same characteristics, because it's a financial product, because it exists and it does exist in a physical form, but it also exists in a non-physical form, and that it's that one, like money in the bank, so to speak, that is really the way to think about it. If you're trying to, that is a security, more like a security. Okay, let's listen to this guy a little bit more here.
Imagine you're at church or you're at synagogue and you're at one of those cakewalks and you're walking around to the music at the fair, and there's 12 chairs, but there's 24 people walking. We figured out a way to stop the music and expose the 12 people that are standing up that don't have chairs.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
They like to claim this, but I have not once seen it.
Musical chairs.
Yeah, basically.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So other than the 1,500 lawyers that the prestigious Wes Christensen firm say that he have hired to work on this, has anybody make any money? Because I keep hearing the same baggies complaining
He's
about.
a great inverse. He's a great inverse indicator. If he shows up for a company, short it.
Yeah. Right.
Now, that may or may not be the people that perpetrated it all.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm sorry that the truth hurts so hard for you that you just can't handle this, but you know what? Guess what? You're the one that's the bag holder, and I'm the one sitting with money in my pocket right now, so who's winning?
Portfolio red or green? That's all you have to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Well, he won't answer that, so I'm just going to answer it for him because I know what the fact of the matter is.
You're right, and it doesn't even matter. I mean, nobody's comparing anything. We don't talk about what, positions we have or anything like that, because it's not about that, for me at least, but...
About correcting false information.
Right. And at the end of the day, even if Citadel, I mean, it's so absurd to even say, but even if we were sponsored by Citadel, which is ridiculous, and by the way, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that Citadel would actually do something like that, first of all, and it's ridiculous just because
and also, if anyone knew me, they would know that.
Yeah.
And if anyone knew me, they'd know I'm sponsored by Virtu. Hi, Doug.
Right. Yeah, you're buddies with Doug. That's right. I forgot.
Citadel, though? The market maker, the institution.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
which one? Which one's paying us?
Well, you're right. Right.
I'm paying you.
Yeah. Good point. But I'll respond with the ape rebuttal. Well, it's really all the same. It's all Ken Griffin. So but the thing is, like,
the omnipresent, all-seeing, all-knowing,
yes,
all controlling Ken Griffin.
That it's like, even if that were the case, why would it matter? Because wouldn't you want to be as informed as you can? And I'll tell you this, Ken Griffin does not know me from Adam. I mean, that guy, he doesn't give people like me, at least I'm not speaking for anybody else here, the time of day. Like, there is no way that our paths would ever cross, like, for real. I mean, maybe if my company, if we did work in well, he's not even in Chicago anymore, well, we do have an accountant. We do have accountants in Florida, so I suppose it's possible that we could be hired by Citadel or whoever, does building services for them to, do our contract services for them. It's possible, but I would never be anywhere, near the C-suite, So, and that would just be complete. happenstance, whatever. And I would never mention anything about finance if I actually did meet him in that setting, because I'm there in another capacity, and that's just, that's just amateur hour. So I would never do that. But yeah, I've watched plenty of his interviews and speeches that he's given and learned a lot. So, and I don't mind saying that. I listened to what he had to say, and I think he's a brilliant guy. He's got a lot, to learn from. So even though he's not paying me, I'm not sponsored by him, I will say that much. I mean, if you understand what a market maker does, you would have no feeling toward it. Basically, I have no feeling towards the market maker.
You can see how warped the logic is, because he just puts GME wouldn't have squeezed if we all thought like you guys, meaning us. That's bullshit. GME wouldn't have had a squeeze like that if there wasn't a pandemic. There wasn't a bunch of free stimulus money.
Yeah.
A bunch of.
There was a time. There was a time for the squeeze. There was a time for the squeeze, and if we had been on here at that time, which we weren't.
And guess what? Most of us in here made money off of the squeeze.
That's
AMC and other stocks like that. We actually made money off of those.
Right.
You know why? Because we bought
in
them
that time between the
run-up,
GameStop squeeze and the AMC squeeze. I was spending most of the time doing the wheel and making bang buck, waiting for it to go up, and then getting wrong on my covered calls, and then hitting a cash secured put, hitting it back on the bomb, and just making premium, and also making the swings.
Hey, that counts. I mean,
you go back and look at how volatile AMC was at that time and how much the IV was. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah,
it was a pretty.
So
that's the thing. We're not telling you not to buy these stocks. You can, with the volatility level these stocks have, you can make money off of them, but not by the way you guys think you can.
Right.
Understand? Buying and holding diamond hand is not going to make you money. Not these type of stocks.
There was a time
because they're glorified pump and dumps.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when that worked.
We have never said you should buy or you should get out of your position. You should sell.
No,
we're criticizing the false information that's being put out, and then we're laughing at the people who actually believe the shit.
Right.
And we may be laughing at you because you have bags in that
yeah, it's not personal. I mean, it's not personal
to us, because the sheer hard-headedness that the majority of the memers have is just entertaining.
And it's so easy to see how, and we've all been there too. So that's another thing. It seems like maybe to some people, oh, these guys are. I guarantee that, we have lost probably more money than a lot of the apes over the years.
Yeah.
The thing is, you have to what none of these guys talk about is cutting losses, moving on, accepting sometimes the trade just doesn't work out. And what can you do? You cannot force it. And that's what a lot of these pumpers, a lot of these apes have been trying to do and failing because you can't. You will never beat Wall Street. That narrative is garbage.
Right.
Right. And that's a problem for a lot of people.
They don't want to learn anything.
They don't want to learn anything, but they have no problem going around saying, "Oh, we've learned so much over this." Like Donahue George, the 200 calls, the 200 call options that expired worthless today is my tuition for what I learned. What the fuck did you learn? You had 200 calls that expired worthless. Clearly, you learned nothing.
Because he said he would do the same thing again.
He did. Right. It's like you can't have it both ways. So anyway, all I'm saying is that we've all been there and lost money and made these realizations. Like, it wasn't during this time. That's the difference. It wasn't during this mania that we experienced this, I don't think. So, or certainly not for the first time. So we're coming at it from a different perspective. Like, it's like we not have been there, done that, really, but if you want to think about it that way. But, it's like we're like the dudes, shit, I don't even know. I've never been skiing. Okay, I've never skied in my life. That's how you know I'm not a hedgie, and I have nothing to do with Wall Street. I've never been skiing.
Oh, shit. I've skied.
Oh, you're a hedgie. You're a shill.
Oh no.
Clearly.
I don't water ski.
Water ski. Well, Ken Griffin will be doing that now that he's in Miami. But anyway, I've never skied, but I imagine that, okay, maybe roller skating or something. I've done that, like in middle school or something. Like, you know, there's the people that know how to skate, and then there's the klutzes like myself who suck and fall down all the time. Well, those guys are standing around, you know, probably not even noticing me falling down. But if they, you know, if they glance at, they chuckle, you know, and look at those guys. That's what we're doing. We're the guys who know how to roller skate, watching you guys make jackasses of yourself out there, when really you need to do the fucking fundamentals.
Falling down.
Because you've never practiced fucking going straight, and you think that you can do all of this fucking roller derby shit. I mean, I don't know where this analogy came from, but
and that's the other part that gets messed up.
Saturday Night fucking fever out there, and you can't even go straight. So.
And it's not even that we're making fun of that. Like what Scott said. It's not that we're making fun of you that you can't skate yet. It's that you've got this fucking ego upstairs thinking that you can do all this horse shit, or that you know so much. And it, you know, when hubris comes, of course the whole class is going to laugh at the jackass who thought that he could do a 360 ollie and ends up cracking his fucking skull on the pavement.
And let me just reiterate too that the focus has always been on calling out these grifters. That's why the stream is titled Grifter. Like, it's not individual investors ultimately or we want to like, obviously, because we're retail investors. Like, I don't want YouTube to be clogged up with all of this garbage. I don't want every day Donahue George to be coming out with half a dozen to a dozen crap videos about whatever the fuck he thinks about when he's sitting on the toilet. And he actually, I don't know if he records them there. Who knows with this green screen? But, you know, clearly he doesn't really think them through. And it's just like shower thoughts or something. I don't know what the purpose is, but it's confusing. False conspiratorial information that's not based on facts. And, you know, I still believe that you got to go with what you can factually show. That may not result in you, quote unquote, winning all the time, but that, you know, is that really the goal? If you think that you can only make money in one play and it has to be this one, and you're going to make it all here, well, I mean, that's probably not going to happen. So it's better to practice and screw up and then get better. In other words,
not to mention all
that's what we did.
Cry about it's rigged, it's against us. There's bad actors, crime, blah blah blah. If it's like that, then why are you? If you have no faith in it, then why are you?
Well, that's true.
Well, what I find amazing is if you're really convinced that you have these firms like BlackRock, Blackstone, that have deep connections to the government, that they're too big to fail, that they have insiders everywhere, just put your money there. Because what can go wrong? You're convinced.
They're publicly traded companies, most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it gets back to that one quote from that I have on my Facebook page, except I'm twisting it a little bit because it was talking about 9/11 conspiracy theorists. But it's like these conspiracy theories, because of their omniscient nature, they're designed that they're always powerless. And the whole point of the quote was that you know, conspiracy theories, you know, they phrase themselves as trying to explain the world, but really it's an excuse for, you know, not taking responsibility or, you know, trying to excuse away your powerlessness. And it's for people who don't have the intelligence or don't have the ability or whatever have you to want to participate in an actual real discussion on the subject.
Yeah.
They're for idiots who just they don't have the knowledge, ability, or intelligence to have a real discussion on the matter.
Well said. Yeah. This meme this one has gone around a little bit. I know.
I've seen different versions.
Different variations of this one.
I've seen an MMTLP one. I've seen an NFT version of it. I'll let you come in here and show us your NFT collection, honey.
I'm sure there's a AMC version in Telegram somewhere already, but trying to find it would be tough. But anyway, yeah, whatever. That's and there's other variations of this, like where they were going back to work.
Around the water cooler, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
That's like Maran's every Thanksgiving.
I need to
millionaires
welcome back to work. I've seen the Wendy's version of that. It's like welcome back to work. I can't remember what it was.
I don't see that one, but
when
I
you're
do.
Professional, and you get paid to talk about the fucking stock.
Right.
Then that's something different.
I was told I'd be a millionaire at AMC. Right. And see, actually, I like this because even Milton, even the proverbial Milton, the Miltons of the world, even they were convinced that they are going to be millionaires from this. I know a Milton that that got in game AMC, and it's the last person I thought that I would see talk about stock. And he's not in it anymore, but and it's that old saying. I don't think it's actually true, but one of these old legends that I forget. I don't know if it was J.P. Morgan or one of those dudes. It was in a cab or something, and the cabbie told him, the hack told him about a stock tip, and that's how he knew that the bubble was about to burst, was that the shoe shine boy or whatever was giving stock tips. And I feel like we've been at that point for a while now with this, where the shoe shine boy, which is in this analogy, that's Matt Kors, is talking about stocks and macro.
Now he's so popular, he gets to make money giving he doesn't have to shine shoes anymore. He just shines the cock of other influencers that come on his channel.
And the irony there is, at this time when he was doing this, July 2021, he had already made $500,000 in super chats. Already.
Yeah, I heard that he got called to the timeout corner by a couple other influencers because how he got that was that he was basically saying, I'll only talk about your stock if you give me money.
I don't know anything about that.
And he was telling people he was only going to read the comments that were super chatted because all the other ones were going too fast or some shit. So he told everybody, if you want me to read anything, super chat me. Type shit. Hey,
right.
He
I get why he's saying that, but I can also get how that comes off really sleazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I get what he was trying to say, but that was not the way to say it.
Here's
all these
downward trend. Ouch.
If they just admitted like it was a hustle, you know what I mean? I made money off this shit. But now I realize I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You could respect it a little bit.
Yeah. I find it interesting that he has, like, if you go back to his summary tab, he has like this really high engagement on everything, but he's on a downward trend as far as subscribers and average views and everything. It's what's going on with all of them. The cult members that stick around are still highly engaged, but a lot of them have fucking left.
Right.
Because the same thing, nothing new has happened. The same bullshit they just keep recycling, and they keep failing with their catalyst predictions. in theories. So at a certain point, the majority of the people are going to start to fall off. The only ones that are going to be left are the really crazy ones.
I still find it crazy that he has 350,000 subscribers, but
well,
like, oh my God, that super chat number.
He got a check from Rumble too. Like I think when Rumble first started or whatever, I think they kicked him a check to do live streams over there. So I mean, he's made money off the shit.
But with
That can't
NASDAQ
be right. It
and
says 175.
Nope, that's not the right one. That's not the right one.
And I don't think he ever, like, during his heyday of popularity, I don't think he ever disclosed to his followers, viewer base, that he made money, that he cashed out.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't think
a
he
lot of
ever-
them did.
same
Well,
thing with Trey.
Sir, I was going to say,
came
certainly
out where
with
he
him.
told him.
See if this does it. Yep, there we go. Okay, 300. Yeah, that's it. All right. So his views.
There's some video deletions in there. Look at that big dump there between September and Jan.
Yeah. He lost
He did have
50
a
million
trouble
views
with a lot of
almost
his-
there. And then this.
But I don't think Matt got rich because he was trading stocks. I heard him talking about how his channel became popular. He was just streaming that day, and then GME started going up. So then he was live streaming, and then people just congregated around him.
Because he piggybacked off Trey. When Trey started, I don't know how he did it, but he got linked up with Trey somehow. And I think Trey
because I've
only
noticed
did
those
like
have been
an
buddies.
hour or two streams at that
Well,
time.
they were.
And the cores would do the whole day. So once he got clicked up with Trey and his follower group, that's what really
Yeah,
pushed his
and
shit
I
up.
noticed a lot of the interviews that have involved either Matt or Trey, it's usually the both of them.
Yeah.
What the hell happened
Which makes
between
me kind of think, were they signed to an agency? Not saying that's how they started, but after their popularity popped off and they started getting interview requests, I'm sure they got some type of talent agent.
Oh yeah,
So,
and it'd
with
be
them
cheaper if
being-
they had the same agent and just
Right.
How in the hell did he double his views from 22 million to 44 million from the beginning of this year, from December of last year to now? It's holding steady, like 22 million views total, 25, and it drops down here. I don't know if this is like changes or revisions or what, but like it jumps from 24 million total views weekly. Oh, this is weekly. Why is he getting more? I don't understand. Like, I got to look at his content.
Subscriber total, yeah.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
I don't understand
I think it
what's
might
going
be
on there.
something on Social Blade.
It could
That
be.
doesn't make any sense. Because
Either
I
that or
noticed when I
maybe
went
they
to
bought some.
take a look at to try and look at the statistics on some YouTubers, like just out of curiosity, I looked at the Social Blade for John, and it was missing like half his subs for some unbeknownst reason, and I'm just like, oh, if that's not
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's Social Blade or YouTube or Google or what, but
yeah, I'm sure that
anyway,
Google would prefer you used your own in-house analytics and didn't try and do this with other people, so they kind of fuck with sites like Social Blade.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Because all this stuff happens in milliseconds, all around. But ultimately, there are many, many more shares that are issued because of this loophole that they can do it electronically and they're not delivering than exists in every single case I've looked at, which I've looked at over 60 or 70 cases. We've only taken 20 of those.
And
So
how many of those
that's
were
kind of an
settlements
overview, a
with
quick
no
journey through the stock
conclusive
process.
findings? Like, he doesn't talk about that. Oh, I've been in 60 lawsuits and all this stuff. Yeah. What was the conclusion of those lawsuits?
I don't know.
That again?
Also, there aren't more shares being issued.
It's the same
Right.
shares. They're just being rehypothecated. He doesn't fucking get it.
Or he's grifting about it. I mean, he might get it. Yeah. Who knows?
Column A and column B.
Right. Right.
If he's a lawyer that has dealt with a lot of litigation, he has. in this particular field,
he would have to
know
understand how this
that,
fucking
at
shit
least,
works, right? I would think. I mean, that's
well,
embarrassing.
I don't know.
He's just explaining it, just like how we said with Adam Aaron earlier. He's explaining it in a way that he knows his audience will misinterpret without him having to straight lie about. You understand?
Yeah. He, like a politician would do it.
I don't know.
It's a political
Like,
answer.
Some of these people, like I'd agree that I'd agree to that with Adam Aaron, but I don't know about Wes. He's been in this game so long, and he's written books on it and stuff like that. I think he's a true believer. He
might be, but he's kind of regarded as a joke, from what I understand.
Oh yeah, by other lawyers.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, and even somebody like Dr. Susan Trimbath, she's written books about naked short selling, and the apes like to quote her, and she's now distanced from it, and she's even said in her books, it even says, trying to go down the avenue of naked shorting, like not to do it, but to allege it, and to like for investors to get something back or whatever. It will never work. Like that is a losing fight. You will never succeed.
Well,
the apes went after her
and
too,
his lawsuits never go after things for shareholders. They're always derivative claims on behalf of the company. It's always either on behalf of the company or a derivative claim through someone on behalf of the company.
Mm-hmm.
Because naked short selling, there are no, to my knowledge, shareholder claims. It would all be company claims.
Right. That's a good point. So here's one. This is a press release, I guess, from when West Christian put out a lawsuit. Have concluded the magnitude of spoofing, resulting in 5 billion shares being issued at artificially deflated prices.
Yeah, but who are they being issued by there, Chief? Who are they being issued by?
Yeah, I mean, who issues the shares? I mean, it's like
the company does.
Right, exactly. So how in the fuck does the I don't know. Yeah.
How are they being artificially deflated? Like
placing fake baiting orders.
In the case of Mullen, okay, that is also really funny. If you go into that one, there's this the guy, I can't remember his name. Let me see if I can find him on X. But he was going into the data set that they used in that lawsuit. Carefully excluded certain time periods. Do you want to know what those time periods were? Oh, Kendall Payne on Twitter, Kendall P97. Some of the periods that were conveniently missing from their data set as to where these fake baiting orders were being placed.
Yeah.
It was around the time when Mystery was selling.
Oh. Interesting. So and spoofing, of course, all hinges upon the submission and cancellation of non-bona fide buy and sell orders that have no legitimate economic purpose and are not intended to be executed. Okay. So that sounds rather subjective to me. Like, how can you say
yeah, you can't look at the tape. We had this discussion in the live stream I had when we were talking with when I was talking with AlgoHack. It's like you can't look at just the tape and determine Sinestro. You have to have more than just that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the lawyer for these companies is going to be smart enough to point out that you just can't look at the tape and determine Sinestro.
What now, Bad Back?
And since it's a securities fraud claim, it's going to file under the SLORA. So they're going to be like, look, there's no claim of Sinestro here. There's no proof of Sinestro. Prove to me where the Sinestro is.
Right.
Yeah, you would have to have some type of corroboration. You just ain't going to be able to go off the actual tape. You know what I mean? You have to prove.
Well, it's not even on the tape because supposedly these were orders that were canceled. So it would have been in the order book at one time and then not. So is there a history? How do you see that? How do you I don't know.
If you could, you pull up that lawsuit.
How would you know that that's showing you an aggregate of all of the orders at those price levels? How in the fuck would you know who's got
they
what?
Got the specific data from NASDAQ that lets them look at who was putting in the orders. One second here. Let me pull up the actual lawsuit because I have it.
Do they show that? Like
This
If
is
they do, what
the
I'm saying is, even if
Clear
they do have
Street,
all
yeah.
that information and
Yeah.
they can pinpoint,
Yeah,
it was this
it's in the
company,
exhibits.
they would need someone to corroborate the actual intent of it.
Intent, right. Because
Just
That's the
looking
part
at
that's missing.
the data isn't going to prove that one way or another.
Right.
And you can
Yeah, because they're
theorize or guess.
you could submit an order and cancel an order all you want, right? I mean,
Yeah.
a retail investor
Yeah,
could,
and one of them they're suing is UBS, so they're making orders on behalf of customers. Like, how do you differentiate UBS doing it as the entity,
right,
and UBS doing it on behalf of?
Well, I believe on the trade confirmation rule, what is it? Rule 606 or 60? I think it's 606 documents. So if you go into your broker, and this is as a retail investor, I don't know anything else, but because I'm not an institutional guy, but you can get the trade confirmation reports that show you every itemized trade that you make, the amount, where it was executed, and there is a flag in there. There's a parameter that it specifies, that it tells you in what capacity it was the brokerage acted, in what capacity it was executed, as principal, as agent, those types of things. And I forget the way that it normally is for retail investors, but that is, I believe that is recorded in the data. I don't think it would be there for somebody to get, but we get the data about our trades that way. But so you see what I'm saying? So the data exists somewhere. Theoretically, the companies, those brokerages would be submitting that data. They would say, we traded this from proprietary, or this was executed for a customer. Yeah.
I accidentally put it in the group think chat there and tagged you, but that's DI1, and on page 25 has all the charts as to the
page 21.
As to when they 25. Which has all the chart, the information.
This is what they can
chart records.
Okay, I'll bring this on the stream. Page 25.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this shared on the screen here, so everybody can see that. Okay, I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. During the relevant period, Mullen sold or issued...
Down one more page because it's 25 based on the actual numeral.
25 on the pages, not the page. Okay, here, this chart right here, spoofing episodes immediately prior to Mullen's sales or issuances. And you say that it was correlated to when one of the insiders was selling?
Well, there's certain time skips where you'll see that along the data list it'll have a time set, and then there's these periods that there's gaps. And not all of them, but some of the bigger gaps are periods that someone linked to times when David Michery was selling. A lot of the other supposed spoofing episodes were around that are missing or whatever. I think had a lot to do with PR. So Mullen would release some PR news, and then of course a bunch of the warrants would call their shares to dump onto unsuspecting shareholders as the price rallies, and those are conveniently missing too.
Okay.
So they took all of these like very carefully picked cherries.
Right. That's what I was kind of wondering. Like, okay, they're correlating this to these price declines here, but is there any spoofing? Do they show anything on, when the price is rising? How could it only have happened when a price is going down? Is that really the case?
Thing is like if you go to page
wow, there's a lot.
32, they show a chart on page 32 of Mullen compared to the SPY, which is fucking stupid. First of all, you shouldn't be comparing Mullen to SPY. You should be comparing Mullen to Mullen as to price. If the price is so, like Mullen in a certain time period compared to Mullen in a non-manipulated.
I don't know what use is comparing it to that anyway. The index is always going to be less volatile overall than an individual name. So especially one like Mullen. So What good is this? I don't know.
And it's just a bunch of shit like this.
And this is the way stocks move. They don't. I mean, they dance around lines, and there's outliers and there's stragglers and there's latecomers and early birds. I mean, there's all manner of everything, and some people are going to, change their mind, or it's going to be revised, or now it's not going to make as much sense. And how could you ever prove that to this institution at that moment that decision wasn't made for the betterment of their bottom line? I mean, you could argue that at all, always. Yeah, go ahead.
And the other thing they leave out is they only show these selling episodes that manipulate the price down.
Right.
But they never, like you said, look at the buying side. So if you're trying to push the price down to get a better price or whatever, like people don't just go around putting in sell orders like, I'm gonna fuck AMC today by pushing the price down,
right?
Just because I'm fucking evil. I'm a Saturday morning cartoon villain.
Yeah,
no, there has to be some like monetary gain. I want to get it low so when the price goes back up, I can sell it and make more of a profit. But they never show any evidence to that. So why would you be manipulating the price?
Simply
just because you're snidely whiplash or something?
Fraud for fraud's sake. But
yeah, I know, right?
It just says strong circumstantial evidence exists that defendants' conduct reflects the intentional or reckless nature of their unlawful scheme and course of conduct to defraud the market in Mullen Securities. To defraud the market in Mullen Securities. They were intended to be traded in an efficient market in which all market participants had access to information that was structured in a manner that concealed the defendant's unlawful intentions and make it extremely difficult for a reasonably diligent market participant, like Mullen, from discovering the operative facts constituting the market manipulation scheme or the identities of the perpetrators of these schemes. So,
see, that's what they're trying to put in there, because the SLURA says that if you're going to make a securities claim, you have to be specific. So what they're saying is, well, we would like to follow the SLURA and be specific as to the who, the wheres, the whens, and the times, but we can't because their manipulative scheme prevents us from following the fucking law. Darn.
Right.
That's not how that works, though.
During the relevant period, Mullen sold or issued for value over 5 billion Mullen shares. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' wrongful conduct, Mullen suffered damages in that it sold or issued for value Mullen shares at manipulated prices in reliance on an assumption of an efficient market free of manipulation. That seems like it would be incredibly difficult.
Such a fucking reach, because like, to what end? We're manipulating the market.
You're showing this data. I want to see all of it. If you're saying that this data shows what they say it shows, I mean, necessarily you need to see the data, the rest of it, because maybe the rest of it shows something different, or maybe it shows the same thing, or maybe it can't be concluded when you look at the whole picture. Maybe this is a cherry pick. I don't know. I'm seeing Clear Street, UBS. It looks like they just filtered it by those entities, possibly, or something. I don't know. Like, who's Clear Street? It probably says somewhere. But what interest do they have? How are they connected? Like you said, they manipulated it so that shares could be sold cheaper. Who benefits, and why, and how, and what? Like, that needs to be defined, I would think. I don't know. Maybe it is, and maybe it is. I haven't read this whole thing. You probably have, though. So,
and I need to catch up and see if there's been anything done with it recently, because this happened back in December
6th.
Yeah. And
okay.
So I don't know if there's been any
baiting
updates
orders.
in it yet, but yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Baiting orders. Sell side cancellation rate of 100% is a strong indication that defendants never intended to execute those baiting orders. But how do you know that those orders weren't replaced at other prices, for example?
Yep.
I mean, how do you know that? You would have to know. You would have to subpoena.
And they've never shown the buy side either. So, like,
True.
Again, we're back to square one.
We're not.
To what purpose?
You would have to. Wouldn't you have to subpoena their bank account records and actually show that they did not ever purchase the shares on that day, for example? I mean, how do you know that just because an order was canceled at one price level, that it wasn't executed a couple minutes later at another price level? We don't know that. Yeah. I mean, that's not shown here.
No idea
There's too many holes in this.
Yeah.
As for my,
Oh yeah. And that's all of his
mind.
lawsuits, to be quite frank.
Because they never go anywhere. The only and last one that I am aware of is Overstock. That's his big claim to fame. He made his money.
Funny you should mention that.
Which, yeah.
Him and a bunch of people. It's like, I like to call it the Roswell crash of naked shorts, because that's where all of them come from.
So, okay. So it says here in this press release that they're alleging that UBS and Clear Street Markets engaged in the manipulation scheme. Okay.
And IMC.
And
Markets.
IMC. Who's Clear Street? Clear Street Markets is a successful market-making firm. Okay, a quant firm. Who's the owner of Clear Street? Ken Griffin? No, not really. Clearly.
Surprise!
FINRA broker checked. Have they been fined? 10 disclosures. Ooh. I mean, it doesn't matter. They all have been. I'm not even going to open it up. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with this. Okay, fine. I'll look. Now I'm curious. See disclosures. They're approved. All right, here we go. Regulatory final. Failed to enter and maintain continuous two-sided trading interest in approximately 206,000 instances. The findings stated the firm's violations included full day and intraday gaps. Okay, so when was this from? 2020.
File their paperwork.
Probably. Exceptions. Quote gaps. So they have to quote continuously the securities that they are supposed to quote on the exchanges. And ARCA says that there were gaps in their quotations. Let's see. It was $100,000. $100,000. I mean, this is in 2020.
Yeah, and this is like petty ticky-tack. Like, not saying that they shouldn't have been fined for what they did.
We see this a lot, too. Yeah. The firm's manual surveillance system of algorithmic trading was not reasonably designed to detect or prevent certain manipulative trading activity. Firm relied on manual reviews and failed to have automated surveillance. I mean, look, closed prior to February 23rd, 2014, and a layering or spoofing prior to May 2nd, 2014. It's old. And this was initiated in 2019. So 5 years later. Yeah. So another one here, same thing. Complying with EdgeX rules, surveillance. Yeah.
Yeah, all this stuff is like, it's
administrative.
Again, not saying they shouldn't have been. Yeah, it's administrative. It's not saying they shouldn't have been fined for it, but it's really ticky-tacky.
Yeah. And how much this stuff affects price, who knows? I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day,
especially considering their size as a brokerage firm,
I'm not
that big of a market maker.
I'm not a Wall Street guy. We're not professionals, so I'm not going to sit here and claim and be able to interpret really what this is and these fines. People like to go around and say, well, they only got fined $90,000 and that's pocket change to them. Okay, it probably is. Okay, but that's just that's the way it is. It's like a billionaire will still get a speeding ticket. Is it nothing to them? Do they literally burp, more value than what they have to pay in that speeding ticket? Yes. But that's the way it is. Would it be fair to make their speeding tickets more? That's the question. And I think the answer is a resounding no on that. It would not be fair. Just because somebody has more money, the rule of law necessitates a fair application. So I don't go down that road. It's unfair if you want to say it is. That's the way it is. The world's unfair. Life's unfair. Get over it. Of course, a bank is going to be able to absorb a fine better than an individual.
And if you can't
get out of here,
the fact and if you can't deal with the fact that life's unfair, make sure to give me your address so I can mail you a box of tampons.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Space.
We'll listen to a little bit more of this. I know there's other stuff out there. It's a little bit newer.
Really appreciate that foundation. I think that helped a lot of people, and I just want to be respectful of your time. So I want to specifically dive into like one thing, and maybe in the future, if you have time, we can bring you back on.
I got about 8 minutes, and I got to go.
Okay, 8 minutes, so we can cover this. So little foundation just for the newer apes listening. Basically, and correct me when I get wrong. If I own 1 million shares, I have the capability to loan those out and someone can short the 1 million shares. So what you're saying right now is if I own 1 million shares and let's say I'm a hedge fund, I call up my brokerage, I'm like, yeah, sure, loan it out. I want to get those interest payments. You're saying that these brokers are allowing multiple shorts to actually short my 1 million shares. That's your Xerox example of like, okay, one of them is legitimate if they took my 1 million. It's the other.
Right. And there's no indication of anything other than
parties
a share gets
other parties' transactions.
Right, and the brokers don't know either. They just get credited or debited, the share on behalf of their customer. So
how is this so fucking hard to understand?
Listen, but yeah, just keep listening because it is interesting. I remember this
behind them
now.
that they're reusing it as if they're almost. I know you use spoofing for a different example, but they're almost spoofing the fact that they were allowed to borrow. That's how they're getting away with it. Because that's a big question. Is like we hear this term shorting a lot, but there's confusion of how they pull it off. And you're saying that brokers You're saying that they're reusing the exact same shares of like, oh, sure, you could borrow these, and at the end of the day, when they're clear,
that's what he would seem to be saying with the Xerox example. But I think he's going to clarify something here because that doesn't make sense. Because we see on Ortex, for example, in S3, the share inventory. The brokers tell them what they have every day. That's how they get that, and those numbers do go up and down. So how would they be using shares multiple times, except if they're shorted, therefore bought by somebody else, go through a settlement period, now they're in somebody else's account, and now they can be lent again. That's perfectly legal. There's no issue there. And that's maybe what he's talking about. I don't know.
Clearing their trades at the DTCC, that's when it comes up. They're like, oh no, we actually Xeroxed it in your example. And like, that's where it's kind of coming from. Am I getting that right?
And then I'm going to make it even simpler. Yes, the answer is yes to your question. They are loaning the same share out multiple times. That's number one. But number two, in many instances, because don't forget, if they're doing it on their prop trading desk, they're the seller, they're the clearing agency. They don't borrow anything because it's all done in house.
Okay.
You understand?
No, I'm sorry. Okay, douchebag. Those are not in the same building usually, let alone the same fucking room. Get fucked, you disingenuous fucking.
He is a disingenuous hack. I will agree with that.
So it's both ways. They're loaning out shares multiple times, making money on that. And then they're selling shares that don't exist and borrowing nothing.
Okay, so that's like a straight up naked short.
It's like a straight up is I'm taking it, okay? Gotcha. And many of those are done ex-clearing because, again, it's harder to find, or it's done through a dark pool or whatever, which is why there has to be more transparency here, okay? Now,
of course, yeah, the good old dark pool excuse. Hidden liquidity.
Oh, my God.
And this was in June of 2021. These were the seeds that were planted,
Now, something
and this is coming from someone who's supposedly an authority.
Got here because
Coors and Trey were the ones that put out a lot of all this bullshit.
And it's being reinforced here by Wes because he sees the same thing that Mark Bazile sees. Dollar signs. These are marks that I'm going to be able to target later to get litigation to line my pocket.
Yep.
So I'm going to tell them whatever bullshit they want to hear.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the way I see it.
New bullshit for them.
That's the way I see it. Yep.
And this is when
the apes need to know.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bad.
What, like
Go ahead.
This is when the stock was around 55, you said, right?
Yep, that's what it's showing here for AMC. Yeah, 50.
This is when Coors, Trey, and everybody should have been like, sell, profit take. You can always get in the back in later. And what's funny is they all were saying the same thing. It's gonna dump, but hold through the dump.
Right.
You don't want to get out.
They're going to shake out the paper hands.
Get out now. Yeah, if you get out now and it dumps, when it
you'll regret it.
You won't be able to get back in.
Yeah.
Because it's going to go so fast that you won't have the money to get back in.
It will be the regret of your life.
This is what pisses me off, because the thing that I pointed out in John's video is he didn't establish any evidence that there was a pump and dump scheme, but he accused a lot of people. But if what you said is true, that they were talking about it, it's going to dump, but that's how they shake out the paper hands.
Oh yeah.
Just hold through. That sounds like setting someone up to hold while you rapidly dump shares out the back door. And that would have been a great clip. You know what? But he never used it in his stupid 2-hour miniseries documentary of bullshit.
Right.
A lot of these guys, you just have to find the video, like the videos in the beginning. Like I'll tell you, that guy, Shaw, he told people many a time, I'm not telling you to not to sell and profit take, but if you do, you have to remember that if you get out, you might not be able to get back in. I know it sounds nice to sell now for a profit, and when it drops, get in lower, but your greed is going to cost you because you're not going to be able to get back.
What the fuck exactly is what he's talking about? Because that's even more greed.
Yep.
Yeah, he was saying because when it runs, it's going to run so quick. Shares are going to be to where the regular retail people can't even afford them. So you're going to miss your opportunity.
I mean, that's so manipulative.
He's still hanging around, which makes me think that he bought the bullshit from the other people who disappeared. And,
maybe, yeah.
So he was just spreading it down to his group. And so he's a bag holder as much as the rest
has said shit like that. Trey has said shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
We're telling people when it dumps, if you get out, just remember you might not be able to get back in because when it runs, it's going to run quick.
Oh, God.
72 was nothing.
Right.
I mean, in a blink of an eye.
This is the period of time when they bought, when remember the 145 strike call options? I know bad back, you do. Those things, I mean, used to be you could still look at them on Thinkorswim. I don't know if you still can. The prices on those things, oh my God, it was insane. And the amount of volume and open interest that accumulated on that was absolutely crazy, and it was because of these guys. It was because of wrench capital pumping this shit. Those strikes didn't even exist until at this point. That's when the strikes were expanded so much.
They basically made a market for it.
Yes, and it was all just pure profit for whoever was selling them. It was insane.
Not so much Trey with the options, but Coors was pumping options around.
He was. He would trade them on screen.
He was talking about strikes and shit like that. So
he would trade them live.
He may have. I can't remember. I remember him saying he was buying strikes and selling them and stuff like that.
Yep.
I don't remember the exact prices he was talking about, but I do remember him.
I watched him lose money.
I hate people like this because as someone who has dabbled in options, though much more conservative ones, and even though I've done directional trading, it's a small part of my portfolio. But then you have these people basically selling people on being like, no. You don't need to use Tylenol for pain relief. What you really need to go down to is down to your local hospital and ask for the fucking fentanyl and get those Percocets.
Yeah.
Right. Here's what they were saying. This is from Model 3 Dude. He says, but Scott, this is what they were all saying to the apes. And I remember this. I think I remember this. I don't know. I don't know if I remember this guy or not. But anyway.
50,000.
Here, let me reload it.
100,000 or more. 10,000, 50,000, maybe even 100,000 or more per share.
100,000 per share.
$100,000 per share.
AMC going to $100,000 per share.
Actually hit $100,000 a share.
AMC stock to get to $100,000 per share.
$100,000 per
Finance
share.
News.
$100,000.
Oh, wow.
10,000,
So
50,000, maybe even 100,000 or more per share.
100,000
there's Review Dork.
per share.
Oh, he was a big time douchebag, dude.
B. Hayes.
He was a pumper.
Yep. B. Hayes. Remember him? Hey, it's your boy B. Hayes.
$1,000 per share.
AMC going.
Scavenger. Wearing a Coors Light shirt. That's classy. Classy as fuck. That porn stash.
To $100,000 per
I know,
share.
actually hit 100.
Graham Stephan. I don't know if he's actually talking about this here or not. Who knows?
No, Graham is one of those ones that like I kind of like.
I hate him. I'll say it. I fucking hate.
that-
I hate this guy. I hate him. I can't stand him. He's a weenie.
Well, yeah. Well, and he's always been on like the fringe, like where he's tried to be like sort of this like pop culture finance influencer.
Oh God.
And it's gotten him burned a couple times.
He's a member of that agency. What was it called? The Creators Agency or something.
He actually interviewed that Dogecoin guy and was telling him sell.
There's a couple
sell.
people in that group that
I think he is. He was. Am I on the right one here? I think I'm on the right one. Boy, I don't know most of these people. Here, let me bring it into the main.
Oh, Joseph Hogue. There's a name I wasn't expecting.
They really expanded too.
I used to follow him.
I don't know most of these people.
A whole lot.
And wow, I don't know if this is the same one or not. It looks like it would be because it's got some of these type of channels. Financial Wolf.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay. You look like you could like if I.
Oh, this is a guy that wears a bow tie, right? He normally wears a bow tie. Yep.
Bow Tie Nation. Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah.
He's not a bad guy, but like
but he definitely pumped AMC. He did.
no, I don't think so.
Oh, he did. What's his name again? I can't remember his fucking name. Where is he? Where is that fucking tab? Here it is. Too many tabs. Joseph Hogue. What's his channel name?
Yeah. Look up Bow Tie Nation.
Oh, Let's Talk Money, right?
Yep. Like I know he's mentioned it a couple times.
Oh, more than a couple.
Remember. Oh, it was really
AMC just hit bottom and I'm buying 4 months ago. Oh, really?
Oh,
just hit bottom.
Man, God damn it, Joseph.
None.
God
Listen.
damn it, Joseph.
If
when I was watching him back in like 2020, 2021, when I was first coming into like doing stuff, like he was not that meme stocky.
Maybe he bought around here.
He was talking more like, value investing stuff.
Oh yeah.
With a bit of a tech bent.
He might be down 60%. Wow. He might be down 60 fucking percent. Wow.
And it just, oh my goodness.
10 days to short squeeze. Look, I already watched this one.
I'm glad I don't follow him anymore if he's gone down that
Bowtie
rabbit
Nation,
hole.
Joseph Hogue here with an update on shares of AMC and what could be a short squeeze in less than 2 weeks.
Oh,
I started a position of
there it is.
500 shares there on September 6th and have gradually
September 6th. September 6th. Oh. Okay, so he bought
oof.
Hopefully somewhere in this candle, somewhere near the bottom of this candle, but
we'll give him the bottom, but it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, 60% still. That's 60%.
Yeah.
From the top, ooh, it could be as much as 70%.
God damn it, because I liked his channel.
There it is. He's on E-Trade. Showing you on E-Trade. $49,000. Oh shit.
Why, dude? Why?
At least he's showing
Was
his
it really
position.
worth it that much? Was it really worth it to like incinerate your fucking reputation doing it? Look at that like to dislike ratio. His fans are not having any of this.
Let's see here.
That's like, I get it's only a third of the people who have like thumbs up or thumbs down, but still.
Once they changed that, it kind of became useless, but yeah.
it's still about 10%
And
under
really,
my
to
cost
hit
basis of
thumbs
$9
down,
a share, but there
a lot
are
of
4
people don't
categories.
do that.
Sorry, what now?
I said thumbs down. A lot of people don't even hit that.
Yeah, they just don't watch the video and move on.
I don't hit it because it's engagement. It counts either way. It helps the creator.
Yep.
So I don't touch it, even on stuff that I.
Well, yeah, that's what was really funny about that one short I did on Marantz, where it was just like, how you doing, Marantz? Actually, we're doing DD right now, because they all downvoted the shit out of it, and it shot up to like 1,200 views. I'm like, thanks for doing my work for me.
Exactly. Yep. No press is bad press. All press is good press.
Unfold over the next 2 months and will take shares of AMC higher. In fact, 2 of these catalysts have already happened, and a big one is hitting in 10 days. Before that, I want to personally invite you to get the weekly.
Yep. Give me money. Join my club.
One of these catalysts.
Oh,
could
thanks
send the
for
shares
reminding
higher,
me to
but all 4 of them
unsubscribe from that 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm watching, and kind of a wish that all investors have. Any one of these catalysts could send the shares higher, but all 4 of them.
What are his catalysts? He's got 4 catalysts.
4 short sellers. That first
new share.
The 2 that's already happened with this new share sale. The company announced last month that it would sell 40 million shares after the stock split.
Okay, that's a squeeze catalyst now? Dilution. Okay. Got dilution.
Investors more than 2 years of leeway. Now, the second catalyst for the AMC is progress on that active.
Oh, the conversion, reverse split, and share sale. That's all wrapped into one as one catalyst. Well, it was a catalyst lower, unfortunately. Oops.
Saw a deal on the screenwriter strike last week, so they're back, but the Screen Actors Guild is still on strike. The negotiations are set to resume this week after 2 months of nothing, and following the negotiations on that writer's strike, I think this one is going to be a lot faster. And probably cleared up over the next month. The third catalyst, this is the big one. This is the start of the Taylor Swift era.
Oh, yeah.
Movie produced
the
by
Taylor Swift era. Oh, yes. Taylor Swift's going to save everything.
The singer herself, so you know she's going to be promoting it. Is set to premiere in LA on the 11th.
Now that goes into Q4, right? Is that correct? The Taylor Swift, yes. #1 release was Taylor Swift: The Eras Tour. The cumulative gross for that quarter was 1.8 billion, which is way less than the rest of the quarters of last year. So Taylor Swift also did not work out. I don't know what to say. It didn't. Those numbers don't lie.
I can get it if you occasionally talk on AMC, but playing this like short squeeze crap for the views, that's just so disappointing because
it was surprising.
Usually
I was surprised by it.
His video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because usually he's been pretty good about doing like value investing videos, and then just to see this complete sellout video. I'm kind of disgusted, to be honest.
Sorry.
4,000 theaters across.
Sorry to put you through that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over 65 million in pre-sales.
That's what we do.
And is expected to top 100
and
million.
It's a good point because, I mean, you, everybody, we're discovering this shit too. You know, I mean, I wouldn't have thought of this guy unless I saw him on this website here, and you actually. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just thinking that when he made that time frame, the short interest wasn't even high in AMC.
Yeah, because it was right after the reverse split and conversion, so it all died. So what short squeeze?
Right. Yeah. Actually, we can get, because there's somebody on Reddit that posts the short interest every day. It's not hard to go back and look and find October. What was it? This video is from October 3rd.
Oh.
Yeah, not that hard to do here. Oop, went too far. October 3rd. Closing bell Ortex update. Here we go. Wow, they changed it. I swear to God, Ortex. Anyway, their estimated was 12%. The 12%. Most recent exchange report was 11.2, and that was down 4.5%. So, yeah, and it looked like on that day they borrowed 10 million shares. But I mean, who cares? I mean. Like, did 10 million share? Did it go up to 35 million the next day? I don't think it did. So, what use is that? I don't know. Then the next day, let's see, it's 24 million. So they borrowed 10 million, and the next day 1 million is reflected in there. I don't know. Maybe after 2 days, settlement period. Let's see. It's back down. Oh, it's back down. It's back down to 23. So good. I'm glad we have all that granular data.
I'm glad we had this discussion.
But the bad back's correct. Short interest was less than 12. Less than 12%. Griftex. Griftex. Yeah. So then his fourth one is the earnings.
For AMC stock, before I get to that big wish of every investor here, but the Q3 earnings report is scheduled out on November 9th, and it's going to be another opportunity for a short squeeze. Analysts are expecting the company.
Yeah, well, you can play around with, what is it, adjusted and non-adjusted numbers and trick people and think that you made a profit, I guess. That's what we learned that quarter.
Yes.
They took a page from the GameStop
apparently
playbook.
Apparently, I need to send them one of my favorite memes. Let me pull it up here, and I'll share it.
Please do. But yeah, fucking.
They got a kick out of it on one of the Discords I'm on now. Let me pull up my memes folder.
Memes folder. I need one of those.
Yeah, I have a whole folder full of juicy finance memes. There it is. It's in general now.
Okay.
I love it. It's my
looming
favorite.
In the background is the actual accepted accounting. And then but see, they're judged on EBITDA.
Poor non-GAAP is about to get rocked.
Mm-hmm. Well, as Adam Aaron points out, it's EBITDA that's what they're judged on. So, which I think was still negative, but anyway.
At least Adam Aaron giving earnings calls though.
True.
You got companies like GE
That's true.
Don't even bother.
True. Yeah, they're killing it so bad that they don't even need to, right?
Right.
I love that clip of Marantz too, with the guy, the caller, Curtis, and maybe we should just play that. I don't know, because this guy's dead here. He's a dud. He's got nothing. He's got earnings, which, spoiler alert, did not save the world.
It didn't work out so hot.
Not so much. No. Let's see here.
I got a video of Morant saying something about why he doesn't listen to earnings calls.
Oh.
Find it real quick.
Sure. I'm sure that's a good one.
Great.
Yeah, right? Let's see here. Where is the video? So many videos now. Here it is. Wait a minute. I
like that Kathy Wood one. That's hilarious.
Oh, God. Is this let's see. Getting there here? I think it's this one. I think it might be
That's
this
the
one.
one from the FOMC meeting.
Oh.
That's when he was making all that bullshit.
Oh. Is it one of the ones with... Oh, yeah, here it is. One of the ones with Keith Gill on it. Which, by the way...
If I was him, I would copyright my entire any photos for my YouTube channel and then copyright strike all these motherfuckers that keep using my face.
All right. Did you find... Where did Bad Back just dropped out? Okay. All right, well, it's getting late, so this will probably end with Marantz on these couple clips here.
Who's this?
This is Curtis.
Oh, you're back, Curtis. You're back for more.
Wait, is this
I just want to talk about GameStop.
There might be a better... Is that the... I know one of them was... Well, anyway, I'll just play this one.
Oh, do you?
I like...
Curtis. Yeah. What's that?
I like how he just is so...
Look at that face.
To a great start, because his face is like, oh my God, I'm having to deal with this again. The bully doesn't like being bullied so much, does he?
Play Marantz. It was Bad Back in there? I don't know which clip that is. Is it the one that was forwarded from Bad Back? Probably that one, huh? Let's see here. Let me share the screen again. I think it's this one.
So Curtis is no longer welcome. Curtis, I gave you a chance, and
no, I don't think
I
this is it.
listened to it back to the interview with Curtis that we did last live stream, and I just couldn't believe how how ignorant and childish he was at the whole fact. I mean, just laughing and singing rather than communicating and listening. You know, if you are not educated on the market and if you're not educated on the investment and you ask the questions, then you should take the time and the respect.
In uniform. Okay, I got it.
Maybe there's something you're missing, but chances are these guys they're not missing anything. They know exactly what they're doing. It's like the video I put out last night about Camelot 311, who is or 331 or 311. I think it's 331. He is a YouTuber with 225,000 followers, and he makes videos about GameStop, and they're blatant lies. He just goes out there and puts out a bunch of bullshit, and he covers himself masking it by reading Reddit tweets, as in, well, I'm not lying, they're lying, Reddit's lying, right? Whoever it is, no name people on Reddit.
Okay, yeah, okay, that was the one that I thought it was. All right, here's the one that it's supposed to play. This is the one that Manuel's said.
Down there right now.
All right, peace out.
Peace out. So you chose to name yourself More Rants. How are you doing saying I cry, bitch?
Dickhead.
Yeah, morons.
You're a moron.
Okay, how do you really feel?
You're the one that moves the goalposts, continually pumps shit. Aren't you the guy that told everybody when the stock was hitting all-time highs, don't sell, don't bag hold, because the Moass is imminent?
Did I?
All those followers that thought and followed you because they thought you knew what you were talking about, how much money have you cost them?
So let's
how much
find
do you
out.
continually cost them?
Well, you asked a question. You want me to answer?
Go for it.
Thank you. So when I made those comments, my channel was made in May. That means I probably had 100 subscribers at the time that I said GameStop's going. It's going, baby.
As if that makes a difference.
Yeah,
That's 100 people you just fucked up.
What difference does that make? Yeah, you weren't popular enough to tell the truth yet.
No, he wasn't popular enough to actually have any effect on a whole bunch of people, so it doesn't count.
Oh, I see.
I'm sure the 100 people that you fucked financially for life take solace in the fact that it was only them that you fucked.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got the receipts.
That was in June, right, of 2021. I had 100 subscribers.
So your advice that you put out is only good for the day you put it out.
No, my point is that how many people bought in at that moment in time at the all-time highs, right? Is that what you said? How many people did I cost? What, 50 people?
No.
Was that it? Because I'm at 9,200 or whatever it is right now. And I think we're all...
Who cares if it's 50 or 50,000, you fuckwit?
Yeah, that's a pretty sorry excuse.
What a pathetic fucking coward. I'm sorry. I only killed 50 people, Your Honor. I didn't murder the entire city. You should totally let me off the hook.
No.
The whole year, 21 and 22.
Was the market inflated at 21, 22?
Now that you're 23 that you've been pumping.
I'm pumping.
Ever since you opened your YouTube channel, you've cost people money.
Are you sure?
You never have anything negative to say or anything.
No, not at all. Is there something negative to say?
All pump. That's all it is.
So what was the negative that I should be saying? I'm giving you a platform right now. What negative should I be saying about GameStop?
What negative?
Yeah, what's negative
about
about
it?
it?
Failed with all their hires. How about how they failed?
Can we stop right there?
Go for it.
Thank you. So when you have transition in leadership, you're trying to find the culture that you want to implement onto, I guess, the corporation, you can do a couple of things. You can leave it in other people's hands, or you can get rid of them and then take the job yourself, like Ryan has done. So, yeah, I would say cutting the fat and figuring it out. It's a lot of trial and error whenever there's a transition.
Okay, so all the people that they brought over from Amazon that you were touting as this being some remarkable change in how this is going to lead and propel GameStop into the future.
Yep.
Now those people are fat. All the money that was wasted.
So they hired 300 people, 400 people, right?
I'm talking about their management hires, Furlong and all those guys that you were on their nuts about.
Did they not do the job?
This is great.
Did they not do the job for 2 years? I'm asking.
Is that not a failure of Ryan Cohen?
Yeah, I'm sure they failed, but it's not Ryan who failed. They failed, right?
Oh, he's not the one that hired them or is responsible for the company.
Oh, okay. So he's the number one investor, and he decides to take the job for no pay. That's a bad thing?
Stop with this no pay. He makes money.
I'm trying to figure this out. What do they give him?
What do you mean, what did they give him? He's got stock options.
He's got stock options.
A ton of them. And look, when he got in, he's
got stock options.
He's not like you bag holders that are deep under the water.
Hey, there's a guy named White Rabbit out there with a cost average of $14, and he has thousands of shares. There's other guys in this environment here. The guys who've been with my channel for 3 years.
That's
I got a
great
guy
for him.
here
You know what?
who has
They're idiots
$16
because they
cost
should've
average. He has millions of
when
shares,
they had
millions of dollars worth of shares.
The run up. They're never going to see that run up again.
I hope.
Never.
I hope for your case they don't.
Why do you hope for my case? It's not my case. I don't
Well, that's
give a
what I'm
shit.
saying. It's your case. You're coming in here mad. You're upset.
I'm mad. I'm mad because you continually get on here.
Yep. It's called Morant's Rants.
Hopes now.
What's the hopes? What am I pumping?
What are you pumping? GameStop.
Yeah. GameStop. What am I pumping though? What exactly? Apparently you watch the show, or maybe you don't. I've never told anyone where to put their money.
Here with the objective.
Bull fucking shit.
Into this.
Bull fucking shit. All right? I never told anybody where to put their money. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Sounds like they kept muting.
It's complete fucking bullshit.
In and out.
Huh?
I said it
Well, I'm
sounds
sure.
like they kept muting the person in and out too. Like if you listen, like there's pauses. Sounds like the person's being muted, but I don't know.
Or audio leveling so that because he kept cutting in too.
This is Morant's posting 2 years ago on the GME subreddit. Yada 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 blah 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 blah. Shorts are buying all the calls 250 plus just in case they find themselves out of position. Right? Okay, sure. TLDR: if you own the stock, you're winning. If you need more dry powder to buy more GME, go to Costco and refund anything you ever bought there. They'll give you cash and boom, you can keep this fire burning. Lastly, stop getting nervous, paper hands. We're not dropping to $140 anytime soon. Ride these waves and enjoy the ride. Not financial advice.
That post.
I just like the stock.
Whatever. Uh-huh. Sure. Okay.
So
what was the date?
You've never told anybody.
Even when confronted with shit that comes out of his own mouth, he will deny.
What time period was that on that post?
It says 2 years ago, but Reddit, it's unclear. But it looks like I mean the stock was over 140, in that float at the time. So let's see. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. But it was sometime after this. I can tell you that. Sometime after here. Or I'm sorry. It was sometime after the January squeeze, but in this area somewhere after here. But sorry, go ahead. Whoever, bad back.
In his mind, he doesn't think he's responsible for any of the shit he puts out.
Right.
He'll continually point out how he saved people from losing money in AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond.
But he's responsible for that, though.
Right, and but then when confronted, you don't get points for that when you're trying to recruit from that one shitco into your shitco. Yeah. You didn't do it for some morally superior reason. You did it out of greed because you wanted them to join your cult.
Your cult.
Here's a comment that encapsulates, how lost his audience is. Holy shit, this guy has no idea what we all know, LOL. We know more than most retail investors out there. All thanks to Morant's. All thanks to Morant's. I mean, talk about not knowing who Morant's really is and acting like he's an AMC type pumper. Crazy. This person.
They're always anyone who disagrees with Morant's always has to be an AMC pumper. That's the first thing he tried to chuck at me, and when that didn't work, suddenly he had to shut up about that.
That guy, that ape in the chat earlier, if he's still here, the one that was talking about naked shorts, if you can't see the fucking irony and hypocrisy and idiocy and ignorance wrapped up in this comment right here. You know,
this is classic.
You need more help than we can offer. We are profitable, trailing 12. S&P, here we come. Yeah, fucking right.
When he was confronted with the fact that he claimed to be a professional, and that's why he talks about the stock, he first denied, "I've never said that." What do you mean you've never said it? I've never said that. So if video was produced of that audio, well, get your AI out. So it's got to be AI.
Right.
So that was already like planned. But then he started switching it and saying, well, yeah, I meant I'm a professional because YouTube pays me. So I'm a professional that's speaking.
Then me and Scott must be professionals.
Right.
We're professional.
So he was confronted with, when you say, I'm a professional, that's why I talk about the stock. What do you think that implies to a normal, regular viewer?
Right. And
he knows what he's doing.
That YouTube paid me. I said, no, it implies that you're financial educated.
Professional.
That you know, that you know what you're talking about.
Right. And you'll never find that audio. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And even if it does, I'm a professional because YouTube pays me. No, man, stop.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You can't have your
cake and eat it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that one post that Scott highlighted, that's classic cult behavior.
Yes.
We know a truth
absolutely
that no one else could possibly know because the Messiah has told us that truth.
Absolutely.
The Messiah being Marantz.
None of them can even admit, and he can't even admit, when he started his channel, from when he started it to now, he's never told anybody to sell at any point. He's only told them to buy or not sell Diamond Hand. He can't even admit that advice has cost people money. Lots of money.
Ridiculous.
Well, and to such a degree that he has to like lampshade it. Oh, I only hurt 50 people. That's not right.
Despicable.
And then later on, he'll deflect and start trying to get passive aggressive.
Oh yeah.
He knows what he wants to do. He wants to get you out of your element and start.
Yes.
I didn't debate stats with him. I just debated.
Yeah.
What he actually said.
Get ready for Marantz round 2 because that part about him saying I only fucked over 100 people. That's doing the rounds again. I hope he's ready for that.
He's in a video saying buy GME if you want to be a millionaire. I don't know why he say he's not telling people to buy GME.
Right. Yeah. He said how many times he said GME is the play. It's the only hedge against the market crash. I mean, come on. Who believes that? Like
he tries to say that his Costco investment, how much up he's on that. All right, what's your YouTube channel where you tell people to buy Costco?
Costco because they would have made a fuck ton more money.
Right.
He tells everybody. He says every day I tell people about Costco. I said, no, you just started talking about that recently. Your earlier video, you don't ever pump Costco.
Look at that.
Now, just recently hit new all-time highs.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's just lucky that he just happened. Like his wife took him to an interview in Costco and I said, hey, you should work there.
Really?
Yeah, and the old timers went and took him under the wing and said, hey, you should invest on the company, and the company give you discounted shares and sign in.
Because it's the employee purchase program.
Yeah, but if he was working in Walmart, he'll be holding Walmart shares.
Walmart stock.
I mean, it's still a fantastic investment.
Yeah.
I'm bullish in Walmart.
Of course, yeah.
150%.
Yeah.
Because
that was from the COVID lows. Yeah.
He said he was a gambler that was sleeping in his car and he would donk off money at the casino and all this shit. If you remember his earlier videos, he used to talk about his early life like that. Like he had a gambling problem. So, I mean, like I said, that's why when he tries to get in all these numbers and shit, my main thing was, this is what you said. How do you defend what you said?
And he can't. He never can.
He won't even own up to it.
That's aggressive.
We'll listen to it a little more.
He gets you so pissed off. Yeah.
I know. That's why I Yeah, I don't
the
know.
stock.
Nope.
Stay bought into the stock.
Nope.
And not leave the stock.
I've had
I like
people
how he's
sell
already
the
not
stock
letting you
daily.
finish.
I've had
He's just
people
like,
trade it.
Nope. Deny.
Nope. Right, but he's like, well, can I finish? Do we stop there? Yeah. Asshole.
Swing it. And what do I care? I don't
What
care
do you
what
do?
I inform. I
You
give out
chastise
information.
them. No, you don't
give out
inform them.
information.
You don't give them one.
Like, what information? I mean, the biggest piece of information that he gives out is that he believes in Ryan Cohen and that Ryan Cohen has a plan. I mean, and that's like, that sounds like you're saying, I believe in Jesus, that God has a plan for me. Like, what are you talking
That's
about?
literally what his investment strategy is. That he is.
He says later on he doesn't have an investment
to the
strategy.
godchild
really?
Ryan Cohen.
Yeah, he says I don't have an investment strategy.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Please
Besides,
find that clip for me,
the pumper
please.
side.
Please.
There's
I
no
never
other side
hear
to
you
this.
give a complete picture.
What's the complete
You
picture?
never talk disparagingly. You never criticize any of the moves.
Maybe I'm
nothing.
a
You're
positive
just a
thinker.
pumper.
Maybe I'm a positive thinker. Like maybe I'm just
That's
happy.
bullshit.
Do I want to wake up and be miserable? No. I wake up. It's a choice. I choose to be happy.
Are you in it for money? Yes or no?
No.
Bullshit.
You're not.
No.
Well, I bet a lot of your followers are.
Yeah, I know. They
I bet a
probably
lot of
are.
your followers have put
Yeah.
a lot of their financial.
I'm in it for money.
being
That's it.
into it.
You're right. I'm in it for money. That's what I'm in it for. Man, I'm terrible with money. A good thing I make a lot of it. What are you in it for?
Money. What are you
Okay.
No, I don't need to answer that to you.
Here we
What are you in it
go.
for?
Clout.
What are you in it for? Like,
What
why
is
are you
anybody
here?
in the market for?
No, not the market. I'm talking GameStop. See, we're not talking about the market. We're talking about GameStop. Right?
Not in GameStop.
You're not in GameStop.
Why would I be in a crypto?
Why wouldn't you be in it? What do you have against it?
What do I have
See, that's
against it?
funny.
Yeah, what do you
See,
buy?
see, what does not being in it have anything to do with being
He's
for or
so
against it? By
he's so
definition,
far away
it's
from
neutral.
Yeah, he's so far away from any. I mean, he's out in straw man land right now, way out in the weeds. I mean, he's fishing for anything that he can catch you on. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he baits you and he tries to catch you and just deflect him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Twist your logic.
Gotcha game.
I can't stand it.
It pisses you off.
Yes.
Like it
But
really gets
well,
under your
that's
fucking
well, that's
skin and
why
you start
he
yelling
hates
at
me.
him.
That's why he hates me because I won't go into these little sessions with him because I know his fucking game. So I just make videos on him, and he has to just sit there and take it like a bitch. And I bend him over the table, and I dick him nice and hard, and he just has to take it.
What do you say, Manuel?
That way is the best way because dealing with
That he claims he's not in for the money, but when he got demonetized for 2 weeks, he threw a tantrum. And
Oh yeah.
then he started talking to his followers about, well, maybe I'm not going to be that much on the show because
God.
if I'm demonetized, then so
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
it's not
Jesus.
fooling anyone.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure his followers believe, but yeah, he's not fooling anyone outside of them.
No.
Oh, they buy his shit hook, line, and sinker, dude.
Yeah.
What do you want to know what I buy for? I'm not giving advice.
What the hell?
I'm not the one that has.
You're giving out great
channel.
advice right now. You're telling everyone to stay the hell away from me, the
No,
channel,
I'm
and the info.
criticizing you for the shit you
That's
put out.
advice. You're telling
Not
people
giving
not to watch.
well-rounded view of a subject and just pumping with false hopium.
false
Gets
hopium.
everybody's hopes up.
That is
Okay.
Talking about Moass.
hurricane-sized spin.
Mm-hmm.
It's such hurricane-sized spin. Oh, well, you're giving them advice. It's like it's not
Yeah,
even on the same level.
Reacting. It's so childish.
Okay.
Talking about
Moass. I've never
900
talked
is your
about
fault-
Moass. What is this?
Is your selling point $900?
Oh fucking shit!
Yep. Yeah. He doesn't talk about Moass.
This is why I don't get into conversations with him like this.
You can't have a conversation with this guy.
He just gish because what he's doing right now is just a gish gallop. He gets on one thing, and once you swap that away, he moves on to the.
It's just he's barraging you.
moving.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Show me 10 videos where I've talked about Moass. I have 2,000 videos. Show me 10 where I talk about
Gish
Moass.
gallop again.
Show me
How
5.
much time is it going to take a person to prove on the spot 10 videos where he's talked about Moass. You can't do that, and that's the point. It's a Gish Gallop.
Right.
He's throwing shit at you just to make you go away.
Yeah.
Because he can't handle your argument because he's a piece of shit.
Pretty much. Yeah. Also, what does this have to do with anything? I mean, the issue is with what he's doing, and he's trying to spin it around and make it about what you haven't done. I'm sorry. Logically, you fail. That's a logical fail.
Was it you who just made the comment that $900 you might let some go?
No, I said that's my price where I'm going to sell. Does not
You're
mean
fucking nuts.
I am.
People watch you and they think you know what you're talking about and have some financial education.
You obviously don't.
And when you make dumb comments like that,
why?
These idiots
How's that
follow
dumb?
you.
Have you
They
ever
do,
had
and you
something?
know
Let
they
me
do.
ask you something. Have you ever possessed
Stop
anything?
being naive. You
You're
know
talking.
they do.
You're talking, but you're asking questions, but you're not letting me answer. That's not how this.
No, actually, you fat fuck.
Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit, because you just got done interrupting him. Set all the way the fuck back down.
This guy is so ridiculous. I mean, this is so absurd. This is the worst.
He is a 5-year-old. He's a 5-year-old trapped in the body of a man in a midlife crisis.
Oh, it gets worse. He starts cutting a promo on me and everything.
Oh God.
Like it's like.
Go ahead. You say, why did I pick a price?
Oh Jesus.
Point that you feel is impossible,
Maybe that's
or whatever.
the job he should
My
have
point
taken, was being a pro wrestler.
Maybe.
He's got the look
being
for it.
that if
He's got
900
the
is my
brain
price point,
skills for it.
then it's more valuable to me than it is to you. That's all that is. It's kind of like if you've got a family heirloom that you would never sell. Right now, my family heirlooms are GameStop shares, and it upsets
Do you understand when you say that?
I do understand.
When you say $900 is when you might start selling some?
Yeah.
Your followers who follow you thinking you know what you're talking about.
Ah, man. You're too much.
You don't think you influence your followers at all?
No, I think the information does.
Oh, okay. You don't think you influence. Nothing you say influences them at all.
I
Only
hope so.
information.
I hope so. I hope the hard work, the
You know
dedication,
that's not true, though.
the selfless service to the nation. I hope everything I've ever done in life.
Get the fuck out of here. You know what? I can tell you that this guy, I mean, if he was in the military, I mean, I'm sorry, the people that I know, what I know about it, that's not what somebody says. That's not the way you fucking talk about it. So I don't even know if it's fucking true.
He's so passive aggressive, and he's such a fucking violin player. It pisses you off. You can only hold.
Yeah.
I mean, you can only hold it together so long.
You can't.
That's what he wants. He wants you to just.
He wants you to blow up and leave, and then he wins.
Yeah.
That's it. What usually happens with this.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what.
And if he can't get you to blow up, then he'll kick you.
Yeah, and he'll just keep pushing until you.
Like he tries to, later on, he tries to get like personal information from me and
Oh my
shit like
God.
that. And I'm like, for what? It makes no. The argument has nothing to do with that.
Right. Okay.
Who I am and what
It's
I am.
not selfless because you have a stake in the shares, so you want it to go up. So it's
You
not
think we
selfless.
just talk
So
about
you'd
the
be
stock
giving
here?
a well-rounded view.
Do you think I wake up
of the
every day
situation.
and just talk about GameStop in a positive light? You don't think I talk
Yes,
about
you
anything else?
do.
Every
You
fucking
do. Like right now.
Yeah, I mean,
How could you think you're saying that? You
wa-
have
he
a live
walks
stream
into
almost
the
every
trap.
other day.
unbelievable.
He does walk into some traps. That's why you can tell. Like,
Hey,
what
yeah.
do you mean? When he puts his
Have
shit
you
out,
watched
he
Connect the
just
Dots?
babbles.
Here we go.
Oh.
Have you watched Connect the Dots? Oh God.
Okay, you shit on other meme stock cults, which hey,
It's not about the
I'm
cults.
for.
I think you have the wrong channel. I think you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Everything you criticize those cults for and those idiot meme communities for, you're doing.
That's not what I'm doing. Are you listening? Like this is this is a fact right now that you do not watch this show. You do not watch this show because if you knew what Connect the Dots is, then you wouldn't talk to me right now the way you're talking to me.
Private equity. What is right?
Oh God.
What Connect the Dots is. Connect the Dots is a glorified game of 6 degrees of separation that proves nothing.
Yeah, it's a again a middle-aged man in a midlife crisis jerking off to his own voice, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're forgetting that it's a 5-year-old child
trapped in the body.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to go
You
there.
gotta
But
complete the joke.
yeah, I did not want to go there.
Go in there. Don't just pick and choose because any money could be considered private equity. You have to pick the 7 or 9 hedge funds that are the evil private equity, right? The ones that actually do the leverage buyouts, the ones that take total control of the company with the intent of bankruptcy. And I'm just telling you, I've already connected those dots and shown the path light, and you can see it too. But you're going to sit here and pick and choose the moments and when to call me out about what exactly. When you say GameStop is not a good investment,
you're trying to scout that call to move to your call.
Let's think about that. I don't want anyone from any cult. I don't want. Listen, we're not a cult. I just put that out there. But let's just put this too.
Yeah, okay.
PC show
right
over here. I don't want anyone from Hudson to Houston Way over here. I don't want.
Yeah, we're not a cult. Yeah, that's whatever.
The guy with a T-shirt and like
is
20 bags in the background.
What's that?
I said he's not in a cult. He has a GameStop T-shirt.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, GameStop
20 bags in the background.
Things.
Right.
A moon helmet. Like freaking trinkets and.
Oh my God. Yep.
Is that a Ryan Cohen bobblehead over there, or what's that going on? I don't know. Anyway,
yeah.
But like, yeah, it's really funny that like also we've had this discussion on I can't remember one of the groups that I'm in. Basically, we've come to the conclusion that what Ryan Cohen's objective clearly is, it failed with the whole crypto marketplace thing, but he's just trying to put a ribbon on something so he can sell it on to the next sucker.
Yep. And isn't that what he says private equity does? Isn't that basically the goal of private equity?
Exactly, 100%. Yeah. He's too blind to fucking see it. Ryan Cohen is trying to get the fuck out, and he just wants to put a pretty ribbon on GameStop and fucking sell it.
Right. I mean, and Bad Back has said this before. Ryan Cohen is private equity. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yep.
But he is private equity.
100%.
What? And he doesn't even have a good track record. So, I mean,
And the last 2 companies he tried to get involved with, Nordstrom's and what was it? Alibaba, told him to go fuck himself.
Right. And doesn't he have a big stake in Tesla too? I mean, I guess who doesn't?
I can't remember.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Pi-Fi guys watching the show because I don't hang out with those guys. I don't hang out with beta males. No, bunch of beta males watch each other. That's not me.
You're trying to get them people to leave their shit stock and come to your shit stock.
Oh, great. I don't want them over here.
Quit acting like you're selfless and there's no fucking.
Then let's do it this way. Let's do it this way, Mr. Motives, because you got a lot of time on your hands. So we'll do it this way. Tell me the metric the GameStop.
I can't stand those. I can't.
Long live stream.
God, I can't stand when people. I mean, it's so insidious. He's such a child. He's such a narcissist. This guy needs to fucking crash and burn. I mean, there's no 2 ways about this. That needs to happen. I mean, this guy is dangerous.
I find it amusing that I find it amusing he makes this argument about since you've got so much time to be here in the middle of a 3-hour live stream.
Oh yeah.
Right, yeah, he keeps trying to bait me, and you don't understand. I'm biting my tongue so hard.
Oh, I know. I can tell. You got more patience than I do. I would. That's why I haven't done this, and I never will, because you can't have rational conversations with these people. It just doesn't. It's not.
I thought if I stayed away from trying to debate the numbers and the facts and just kept it to what came out of your mouth.
Right.
Yeah, but he
keeps
trying to spin it. Like that. What you have to do in a conversation with him is you find here's what you have to do with these people, and I know it from experience with the Bed Bath & Beyond people, where they'll do all this dancing, and all I did was I took the video of the DOS hearing right to the point where the lawyer says, and all the shares have been canceled and they cannot be uncanceled, and every argument they threw at me, I just kept repasting that clip, and that's what you have to do with him. You find the one thing, not a big general thing about the things he said, but that one thing he said, and you just keep beating it with it. You just take it like a whip and you just keep cracking, like I did in my video where he kept dancing. So I just got out the whip and I just went crack, crack, crack until he shut the fuck up. And that's what you got to do with these people. You just got to find that one thing and stick to that thing. And every time he tries to wander off, say, no, we were talking about this, bitch. And you just keep cracking the whip.
All right.
And I love the passive aggressive shots you take.
I don't.
Got a lot
Hey,
of
it's just
time
the way
on
I
your hands.
communicate.
You're the guy that make fucking videos every fucking day.
Why wouldn't
for
I?
no profit? You're not doing
Why
this
wouldn't
for
I?
money, right?
Right. So what am I doing it for?
YouTube for monetization on you, but you're on every fucking social media platform.
Did you see me?
Pumping
I don't have an
head.
Instagram. I don't have a Snapchat. I don't post on Facebook. Every month. I don't have Patreon. I don't take cups of coffee. I use YouTube. Yes. I don't have a Twitch. What are you talking about?
You have TikTok. You've got TikTok. You've got YouTube. Okay,
and it's not monetized. I make $0 off of TikTok, and I literally do this shit for the benefit of people.
At it, man, because you don't have enough people.
I don't have enough people.
That's
get me there.
Point.
Get me there.
Stop acting like you're doing this shit for selflessness.
Oh, okay.
I mean, why do I see here that you can join the channel for $2.99 a month or $9.99 a month, and he's saying he's not in this for the money? What am I missing here?
They kept muting me. I don't
He's
know if
got
it was him or his mod.
he's got channel memberships. Like what are we talking about here? Yes, you're in it for the fucking money. You created 2 memberships, 2 levels, including one for $10 a month.
What time is he puts in for it? Even if he didn't do it for quote unquote money on his channel, he's doing it for money through his investment.
Right.
To try to pump. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's a don't. No. Yeah.
He can't even acknowledge. Like, even if he would acknowledge that, it's like, oh yeah, I do it for money.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
Sure. It's what everybody. Yeah. Everybody's gonna do something for money. So
he can't even acknowledge that.
Because that's a good point. Okay.
I don't study all night.
You have a vested interest in trying to pump the stock.
Then tell me.
If you just admit that.
Okay, here we go.
You don't have a vested interest in pumping the stock.
Admit what? Here's my biggest point to you. Hold on, Morantz, hold on for a second, okay, Morantz? You got to hold on. I'm asking you.
It's morons.
Morons. I'm asking you, morons.
Yeah, moron.
It's a great name that your parents gave you. But morons, I have a question for you. What is it that you don't like about GameStop?
I don't like pumpers.
You don't like me.
People like you.
You don't like me, though, right?
Yeah. People like you that are pumping stuff out to uneducated, naive, and gullible people.
You think there's uneducated people here? You think there's uneducated people?
They would have sold when a fucking thing hits near all-time high.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's uneducated people here.
You missed your opportunity.
Yeah.
You may have been a true believer. Whatever, some call to have those. But you missed your opportunity.
The insiders bought these shares at $120 a piece. DFV exercises options at $154 a piece.
Stop with the DFV shit. Do you really believe that guy is still in the fucking stock?
Why
you don't believe he
why are you
sold
so
anything?
angry? Like, I'm not even angry.
The idiot thing that you put out is retarded.
Morons. GameStop is about to show a profit after everyone told me that they wouldn't just a year ago, just 2 years ago.
Cuts. That's the fucking
That's part
private
of
equity handbook, isn't it? Let's
cutting the
cut
fat.
everything. Let's cut employee benefits.
No, the part of the listen to me. This is why you don't make sense, because private equity handbook, the private equity. Are you going to listen or are you going to talk?
Go for it.
You need to listen. The private equity handbook.
I could not do this. You need to listen. Fuck you. You haven't listened in fucking 30 years, probably.
Overextend themselves, borrow money off of their assets. So in that case, I would totally listen to you. But I want you to answer the question, how many dollars has GameStop asked for, leveraged their assets for? Bond, money, anything.
It doesn't matter.
Have they leveraged their assets? They have over $3 billion of assets.
What they're doing.
Have they leveraged their assets?
It's called a fire sale.
Oh, okay. They haven't leveraged their assets, right?
Anymore.
They can go borrow more.
See that they're not getting profits because of increased growth, revenue.
Yeah, they have an increase.
They're cutting back.
They literally have an increase on profit from the last 8 quarters on the trailing 12. They have an increase on total profit. Why is it that you don't know these numbers? Actual total profit has increased over the last 8 quarters. That's 2 years of data.
Bullshit.
What?
Stop with the bullshit.
How is that bullshit? It's math.
Cutting back because they cannot afford
so if
to
they
keep.
cut the footprint and they close down X amount of stores at GameStop, which they have done, because it's oversaturated, it's overstored.
There's not enough demand for what they do.
That was my point. You're making my point for me, young man. Okay,
you're making my point.
Retail and private equity was private equity was in GameStop. Okay, they overextended them. They leveraged them out. Ryan Cohen comes in. They pay off the debt. They don't leverage themselves, and they shrink it back to where it needs to be profitable and nimble.
In GameStop.
Really? Who?
So stop it.
Who?
Ryan Cohen. He's in private equity.
He is one investor. He is not a fund.
Here we go.
He is not. He's
a fucking majority.
Really? Oh, is he?
Bro,
is he Apollo?
Stupid.
Is he Apollo?
You fucking people
is he
are
Ares?
retarded, man.
How many guys does it take to get this message across? Like, I'm one man, and you're upset with me because I make videos that are positive about GameStop every day.
No, because you pump naive and gullible people into a losing situation.
What did I pump? The fact that they're going to be profitable? Is that a pump? The book value is what? The share price is $13.45. Book value is $4.15.
Are your followers positive?
They will be if they do it long enough, right?
Your followers following your advice. Are they positive or are they negative?
Your time's almost up.
Have you made your followers?
Oh, here we go.
Advice you've given?
If they bought puts on every damn stock that I talk shit about, yeah. If they buy puts on every stock and connect the dots, and they made money, without a doubt. But I don't tell people what to buy and when to buy it.
Puts what? Because the price went down?
Because I called out AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, Foot Locker, Carvana.
Carvana.
I mean, how many more do I have to call out that I've been correct on? This is proof you don't watch the show. Morons, man. Come on. You got to be better than this. You got to be better than this.
Yeah, keep getting muted.
Did you go take your notes now?
Is he done?
I don't know. What's up, Chief? How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to say thank you for all the information.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
How do you really feel?
You come in here and you cuss and you act like a degenerate. I expect you to invest like a degenerate. So
this is coming from nuts that are.
See, like, this is where you just see that these people are just. These people are absolutely just totally brainwashed. I mean, listen to this guy. That's
blowing into a shitco company. Not diversifying in anything, but they're not the degenerates.
Unfucking believable.
That guy opened an account for his son.
Oh my God.
To buy GameStop.
Yeah, this guy says something about his son's future, some shit that he put his money in or something.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I expect you to invest like a degenerate. So
this is coming from nuts that are fucking gambling and crying about
gambling. Anything dealing with risk and reward is gambling. All right. This is common sense. What he is spitting at you is common sense. And I don't know why you come in here and you act the way you do, but it is common sense that he's spitting at you. He's done it for 3 fucking years, and I've watched almost every one of his fucking videos, and I've got my notes, and I am set for my future. What about you, buddy?
I mean,
that's crazy, right?
It's insane.
Crazy.
Yeah, you know, before you do that, Chief, and I appreciate the kind words. No, I really appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I know.
Oh my God!
Helped me build a portfolio for my son.
For Jesus!
Years, so he'll be even better off than I am. I don't know what your deal is. Maybe you're shorting the stock so you can buy.
There it is. Maybe you're shorting the stock.
Poverty.
What, Manuel?
That's generational poverty right there.
Yes, generational poverty. Oh my God.
How has that worked for you the last 3 years? How's that work? Because I know you didn't get in prior to Memageddon. I know you didn't get.
Just because you hear someone saying it's a good investment doesn't mean you get in right when they get in.
Right. So you didn't get in at the ground floor. So you're under.
I got in at $20. Got in at $20. And I'm riding. It's an investment. It takes time.
You got in when it was 20, or that's what your average is?
I mean, little bit less confident on the tone when he was saying that. I noticed. Oh, I got in at $20. I'm riding it.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Send in the pawns. Is that the stage we're at now?
Something.
20 is my average.
Okay. Were you ever up at all?
Yeah, 25, 26, but I didn't sell.
Ooh.
Like your pansy ass.
Ooh. What a strong alpha male we got there.
For the conspiracy.
Oh God. Here we go.
I think this may be where they come at me with a conspiracy. I'm not
pansy.
Okay, so let me ask you, if I'm a pansy and I sold,
Morant, what do you mean you sold? You sold? You had it?
I'm taking his analogy here.
No, but you never had it. Oh, you're just doing hypotheticals.
He FOMOs. He's the FOMO guy.
Yeah.
He's the FOMO guy.
Well, he will be this time.
This is what you're fucking stupid. You just said it. I sold.
Call me stupid when this thing's peaking $400.
And made a profit.
You're at the bottom, dude.
See that thumbs up right there? See that's all you need to see.
You already said you're calling me dumb that my stock went up to $400. But you didn't fucking sell.
Right.
You didn't make anything off of it.
Everything that these people are talking about is based on their belief that it will happen. That's it. I mean,
literally putting fingers in your ears and going nanny and nanny boo boo.
Yeah, when it gets to 400, you'll eat my shit then. And it's like, yeah, but it did that before, and you didn't, and you said that you wouldn't the next time too. Like they say that. Oh, I'm not. No, 900. Yeah, so if it gets to 400 again, this guy thinks. I mean, that's absurd.
Why don't you just buy it? Shut up.
Let me go back a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is if you're saying I sold at 400 and I'm an ass for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You, who are holding through it being up, now you're down almost 50%. You're the smart guy.
Yeah,
but
of course.
As soon as I tried to flip the analogy on him, he knew it and just started talking stupid shit.
Yeah, let's hear that.
You just said it.
No, but you never had it. Oh, you're just doing hypotheticals.
He FOMOs. He's the FOMO guy.
Yeah.
He's the FOMO guy.
Well, he will be this time.
This is what you're fucking stupid. You just said it. I sold.
Call me stupid when this thing's peaking $400.
And made a profit.
You're at the bottom, dude. Why don't you just
What
buy
are you
and shut
talking
up?
about? Your own scenario that you're giving doesn't make sense. You're calling someone a pansy. You're accusing them of selling and making a
I'm
profit.
sorry, Moran.
No, you're okay.
I can't deal with this guy.
Chief, no, you go ahead. I'll handle him. It's fine. I like him. I don't mind him at all. I'll catch up with you later, Chief. Appreciate you. Hey, Morantz.
So you're telling someone if they fucking sold.
Morantz, calm down. I'm giving you a platform. Okay, Morantz? I'm giving you a platform. I'm not kicking you. I'm not banning you. I'm letting you talk.
Is that not what he said?
No, I don't care what he said. I'm
If
talking to
someone
you.
sold
I'm talking to you.
and they made a profit, they're a pansy.
You came in and you called me out because you say I'm positive all the time. I just don't understand.
This is investing, not trading. Anything in the short term is going to go against the fundamentals. Do you not understand?
So
3 years short term.
Well,
They
and I
say
agree.
the
Thank you.
market-
So why the hell
they
I'm
say the
investing long
market
term?
is-
I'm a decade trader.
They say the market is based on psychology. So what is psychology telling you right now? GameStop is great. It's a great company, but it's not going to perform that well on the chart for a while. So it goes against psychology.
No, I thank you for that. I really
No,
do.
it doesn't. What are you talking about?
What?
No one has. GameStop is shit.
I wouldn't
Whoa.
Anyways, hold on. Let me put this out here. They were talking about seller boxing when this whole AMC GameStop crap was going on.
Yeah.
Seller boxing is how rich people get in. They got a short.
Oh my God.
So it doesn't fluctuate the price that much.
Where do they get this shit from? I mean, the only thing I found with seller boxing was a fucking post from like 2006 or 2003 or something, and it was questionable at best, and it was talking about OTC stocks, and it was garbage. It was nonsense. So
it's in the short dictionary. It's next to synthetic shares and short.
Oh right, yes. Yeah.
that much. So there you go. No, it's not a conspiracy. If I'm going to get into a stock with like $20 million, I'm going to short on one hand and buy on the other.
Oh, well, that's a big brain ape right there. Yeah.
What did he say? It was kind of muddy.
I think he said if I'm going to, well, here, I'll just go back again.
In order to buy, so it doesn't fluctuate how when this whole AMC.
Hey, hold on.
So there you go. No, it's not a conspiracy. If I'm going to get into a stock with like $20 million, I'm going to short on one hand and buy on the other.
You understand that?
Hold on, I got it.
He said if he buys,
oopsies.
If he's going to buy $20 million, he's going to short on one hand and buy on the other hand. Yeah. Okay, sir.
He said the not so magic words that he'd.
Yeah.
Even if they had any type of equity or money, they would short.
I love how he says it's
right.
Not a conspiracy, that seller boxing is not a conspiracy theory, and then proceeds to do nothing to substantiate how it's not a conspiracy.
Absolutely not, because there's no evidence whatsoever that could be found. It is a conspiracy theory.
You're never going to have enough money to move the market. You understand that?
Hold on, I got it.
You're never going to have enough money to move the market.
All right, Chief, I appreciate you, Chief. I just got to talk to Marantz one-on-one for a little bit because I'm going to have fun.
I'll say it.
Thank you so much.
You're never going to have enough money to move the market.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, and let me tell you, you look like you're having shit.
I'll never have enough money. I understand that completely.
So then what is the point of crying about seller boxing and all this?
No, I don't mind all
bullshit?
that. He's just letting you know that that's what's going on with AMC, but that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about
AMC. AMC's a shit stock too.
But we know that. But let's talk about you for a second. I don't want to care about that. I want to talk about you. You want to talk about me? I want to talk about you.
Yeah.
You're 3 years late right now. You're coming in today,
I don't like
a month before earnings comes out.
Yeah.
I want no. We want to change the subject to you because I can't handle these questions you're throwing at me because I'm a bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
And you're telling me I'm a terrible YouTuber, right? I've been doing this for 3 years every day. I'm saying, where were you 3 years ago? I'm asking you. What were you doing 3 years ago when I was making videos? Where were you?
Which is all that. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay.
You're a pumper.
How about year 2?
How about I wasn't getting on YouTube acting like I'm a financial expert?
How about a year ago? No, I'm trying to figure you out, Batman, because apparently the signal's up in the sky and you're trying to save people because you're upset now.
I'm telling you, you're a fucking dirtball.
I'm a dirtball.
That's all I'm trying to do.
But I'm telling you, who's the dirtball? The guy who's been seeing somebody that's been misleading people for 3 years, allegedly, and now you finally call him out a month before earnings comes out. So
what?
I'm just letting you know. I don't watch old ladies get robbed.
Okay.
Earnings come out is the beginning of his next conspiracy.
Yeah, you must have been sent by the private equity people, right?
Right.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew something about you.
Michael, stop it.
Just when I felt like doing it.
You just felt like doing it today?
So everything has to be a conspiracy.
No, not a conspiracy. Your timing is suspect. That's the whole point.
Oh. God damn it.
I want to know who you are.
Is suspect.
I want to know who you are. Who are you? How did you come to the Discord? How did you watch my channel? When did you first watch my channel?
You fucking people are bananas.
Yeah, we might be.
Morons. So you think that my timing is suspect?
I want to know why you feel the fact that I've been putting out the proper information about GameStop for years.
The proper information.
Balance sheets. I read 10Ks and 10Qs.
You put out nothing but proper information.
Tell me what I've gotten wrong.
What have you got wrong? How the whole NFT shit that you were pumping?
NFT what? I've supported
a platform? That's the only thing you've ever admitted to that you were wrong about.
I was wrong about what? The fact that we were going to be successful? That we had a chance?
And all these Amazon people are going to be great. This is going to shoot us in fucking...
I thanked Matthew Furlong for his time at GameStop because he did a great job holding the ship together.
Right.
I'm forever thankful that Ryan Cohen is in charge. But there's only one person here who's going to lose money. Right? It's going to be Ryan Cohen, essentially, if he fails. It's his money to lose. Me personally, whatever I put in, I'm okay.
You pumped it. You can't even admit that you pumped it and you were wrong.
I pumped what?
The whole thing. You weren't wrong about the NFT shit.
I supported it. I think it's totally different than what you think. I support it. Like I support everything GameStop does. I support the Dallas Cowboys. Should I get upset?
Going to leave GameStop and revolutionize it.
Is it over yet?
Yeah, it's all right. You can admit you were wrong.
Hey, listen. I've made the video.
You were wrong.
I made the video. Guess what? See, here's the problem that I have. Okay, and I'm being so respectful to you to a point, but you keep beating it. Listen to me. You've heard me say I'm wrong when I said NFTs are this and GameStop's gonna father it and get it all the way through, and they called it quits for regulatory reform. Whatever they did, it's okay. I say, hey, I've been wrong, but we're in an investment that it doesn't matter. So you put nothing.
That's what I mean. When you say you put out nothing but correct information.
Did I not say that? Did I not make that video and say I was wrong? I did.
Exactly, but you put out the incorrect information first. So you're not only
what
because
incorrect information did I put out?
Because you're an amateur. It's okay to be an amateur.
I'm an amateur. Then why are you worried about an amateur? If I'm so amateurish, if I'm so amateur, then the professionals like Dan Olson who actually make documentaries about the stock and the negativity of the company, why would they even need to feature any videos of mine? I'm an amateur. Why are all these people out here making all these comments? They have a whole subreddit attacking me because I'm an amateur. Why are you putting in 20 minutes? Because why do so many people watch and follow, and you're worried about that? Because I'm an amateur.
What they invest their money into?
Amateurs don't get paid for what they do.
Give a well-rounded view, dude.
Oh, here we go.
You'll find out exactly what this is, and by then, of course,
we've already found out. Look how much it's down since you started.
What's down? The stock price or the value of the company? Which one is it? What's down?
You love.
I think he's underwater right now. So I'm gonna give you something, okay? When GameStop is operating at the highest ratio that it's ever operated in the history of the company, assets versus liabilities, they are currently at the highest ratio over the last 2 years in the history of the company. Didn't that tell you that they're finally doing the right thing?
No.
They're not over leveraged.
No.
They're closing their whole footprint.
Right.
Do you not understand that they're a dying entity?
It says that's exactly what I was going to say. That, is it that odd that a company in this stage of its development, at this stage of its life cycle of a corporation, would actually start to look like you're performing better at this point? Because they're cutting on shit, but there's no new development. There's nothing going on. How can he? And
I really, when he was arguing about what did he get wrong, I really wanted to go at him about him not understanding market metrics and misdoing the short interest and short volume. But I figured if I did that, he would know who I was. And I didn't want to get into a back and forth with that. You know what I'm saying? So
sure. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck him.
Right. God damn it.
I don't understand that. I don't. Tell me.
You don't understand it.
Tell me how.
How?
Yeah. 70% of their merchandise is not even games. So
they're collectible.
That's the problem.
No, they're hardware, PC components. Like,
do you think
they don't sell PC components? They don't.
They might through their website, but
like muting me or something. Whenever he would do shit like that, it would be like my shit would be gone. I know they were muting me.
Yeah, it sounded like they were messing with the audio.
Yeah, it might. Well, in all fairness, I was on my phone, so I mean, it could have been a shit mic. But it's just weird how it blocks out for a certain portion and then comes back in. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's my conspiracy theory.
Well, there's a lot of assholes in that Discord. So
yeah.
All right, listen to a little more.
Read the 10Qs?
One second.
No? Okay.
Do you even
read
understand?
Your notes. Read your script. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
God.
Oh, there you go. Now. Wow, fucking douchebag. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, he's a douchebag.
This conspiracy shit again, man. Who can take you seriously when all you guys do is pivot to that?
That's all you do.
When you're showing the troll, have you cost people money or have you made them money?
I want to know how you, as a functioning adult, comes in here and says you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just have a bitch fest? I mean, which one is it? Because we can have a conversation, but is this how you can?
Yeah.
Conversation. You won't answer the fucking question truthfully.
I'll be glad to answer every question you have when you
right.
me respectfully.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What? Excuse me.
Hey, Marantz.
Yourself.
Yeah, fuck off.
Funny how he turns on that.
Suck a fucking dick, you fucking bitch. You get no fucking respect. In fact, you get so little respect. Yeah. Yep.
He turns that on whenever he wants to. Like whenever he's losing an argument and he needs to get the conversation down. Oh, you're not treating me with respect. You're taking me out of context. You're taking me out of context.
That is a page out of the fucking my boomer father's fucking playbook, and I can't stand it. That shit. I shut that down.
The promo where it's like, I made everybody. I made Meltdown. I made these people. I made them people. It's because of me. Everybody watched. Like he goes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He goes full Vince McMahon, huh?
Oh God. All right, so I'm gonna wind it down here, but this was good stuff. Manuel found this. This is from 2 years ago. I wish I could get, maybe if I go off the old site, maybe off of the old. Well, anyway, I don't know exactly when this is from. It says 2 years ago. From the GME subreddit. So this is a short-ish video, and it's got the text, buy GME now on it, and it's one of his car videos. Minute and a half from 2 years ago.
Not telling anybody to buy.
No, not telling anybody to buy. Nothing like that. Got to unmute it. Okay.
Hi guys, welcome back to Marantz Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice.
Is it just me, or has he lost hair since then too? Or is it maybe it's just shorter now? But I don't know. It looks like he has more hair.
I'm not going to comment on that. I don't think I should comment on something like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm looking at the stock market right now, and I can't believe it. It is falling in the after hours. GameStop just hit $100. Let me explain something to you smart guys out there. The market cap of GameStop right now as it sits is $7.6 billion. That's how much GameStop makes in 1 year of earnings. There's no way the company is worth 1 year of earnings. Do you understand? They're not going to...
He's so pissed. He's big mad. Look how mad he is. He's so mad. Oh my God. Let me tell you, smart guys. Let me tell you, smart guys.
That's the funniest part, is like he acts like he's just so above the conversation. Nothing bothers him. But
then we see this.
He's arrogant.
Yeah.
He gets all pissed off. I've got the perfect. You keep running this. I got the perfect meme for this whole thing.
All right.
There's no way the company is worth 1 year of earnings. Do you understand? They're not going out of business. They have $1.4 billion in cash. They have an additional...
Well, it was 1.5. Now it's 1.4.
$500 million in revolving credit. They have over $3.5 billion worth of assets. They have all the acquisitions of everything you can think of as far as talent goes and prospects. Now, let's talk about the next step, the last thing. They have zero debt. They owe nobody any money at all. This is a crime on humanity.
Well, that actually wasn't true. They did have a loan in France or something like that.
It was like $50 million.
Well, and all companies have like short.
Yeah, having debt is not a bad thing. Like, and as they like to point out, like people like Frankie Mohammed and whoever, brain dead fucks. Well, Amazon has 4 times as much debt as AMC. Yeah, but they also make like fucking money.
As much revenue.
Right, and they have
offers
actual profit.
Utility and a product with AWS, the shipping.
Right. Yeah, it's a real company, in other words.
Amazon Prime.
It's a real company that's growing. I mean...
does not make or offer anything. They're a third-party seller.
It's something that, a large majority of people have used in the last couple weeks which is more than most people can say about the fucking movies. I mean, from my standpoint, I've used Amazon a few times this year. I haven't been to a movie in years, so that's just me. But I mean, you know, that's just me. All right, yeah. And by the way, work uses Amazon too. They don't go to the movies, so you know, like I see boxes coming in at work from Amazon. That's a whole thing that AMC. Yeah. So anyway, it's just
the whole AWS system.
Right.
Amazon Buku.
We're using it right now, probably.
Something. Yeah.
Somewhere in here, shit's going to Amazon. So,
like companies can function running in debt. They just have to offer a product or service that is sustainable and needed.
Or another way of saying it, that there's demand for it, which, you know.
What they're doing to this stock and this stock market, there's only one stock out here that's being manipulated this bad, and it's right here in front of you. It's
AMC. Oh, okay. Oh, right.
Yeah, they all say this.
MMTLP.
One stock that's being manipulated so badly, they gotta keep it down.
This is straight up bag holder, you know, bloviation.
GameStop. It's worth every bit of more than $100. You will be a millionaire. You invest what you want. I'm telling you right now, you don't have to believe me. You know I'm putting every dollar I have, but you will be a millionaire.
Well, the lie detector test.
Well, that ain't right because he said Costco, right? So if he's telling everybody he put every dollar he has into GME, how the fuck did Costco? Did he make money on Costco?
I don't know.
'Cause he said he never sold his Costco. Could he have lied in this?
No.
He's lying.
No, well, it's like, you know, retail investors own 90% of the shares, I think. There's something.
Millionaire people.
Also, he's not
this will all
not financial advice, not pumping the stock, but in big red with white stroke, buy GME now. Gotta love it.
Well, you mean that this here, that big yeah. Right. God.
What a
I swear to God. I swear. Yeah.
Believe me. You know I'm putting every dollar I have, but you will be a millionaire, people. This will all come correct. It will all be corrected soon enough.
Oh, I've heard that before. I mean, it sounds like he's trying to get more money or more time to pay back his drug dealer or something. You'll see, man. I'll make it right. I swear, man. Just give me another, couple months.
To you by the afternoon. Just give me a little more time.
Jesus
Did
Christ.
I hear that right?
What?
To be fair, if you're a gambling addict, who gambled his money into GME, that's probably the situation.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Did I not hear right? Or is he using the same mantra? Wait till this earnings comes out. You're gonna be millionaires.
Well, I'll go back a little bit.
Isn't that what he was just saying?
I think so. Yeah. Here, yeah.
Every fucking
but you will be a millionaire, people.
It's supposed to be. Once they realize the market catches up to it.
But you will be a millionaire, people. This will all come correct. It will all be corrected soon enough. Earnings comes out. It's going to show you they did 2.5.
Yeah. Wait. Oh,
why
God.
does this feel like a hostage video? Where's the person holding a gun to his head?
I don't know.
Like,
this is a fake car too. It's not real car. He's doing a poor man's technique here on this.
Almost $3 billion last quarter. You're going to see great numbers moving forward.
Oh yeah.
And you're telling me it's worth $100? Guys, go get it.
No, actually, I'm telling you, it's worth less than 13.
I would say at least an order of magnitude in the opposite direction.
Yeah, well, this was before the split, though. They'll tell you. They'll be quick to point that out because the price is really 4 times whatever it is now.
Free lottery ticket, a winning lottery ticket.
Oh my God! I've been looking for somebody who said that. Listen to this.
Me, it's worth $100. Guys, go get it. It's a free lottery ticket, a winning lottery ticket. GameStop can't stop, won't stop.
It's a lottery ticket.
Yeah, and I've mentioned that a couple times that they've said this. They used to say this in 2021. When can you ever get a lottery ticket that you know is a winner? Well, never. Apparently, it turns out you can't ever.
Even if you're invested in GME and are down a ton of money, right? And even if you don't want to sell because you figure you've been in it this long. Fuck it, I'm gonna ride it out.
Yeah.
You cannot sit there and not realize how much crosstalk, backtalk,
bullshit,
fabricating,
Yeah. Kicking the can. Yep.
Yeah,
I've got
moving
that
goalpost that Morantz does, and how much
I've got that meme.
I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like,
Situation, 100%.
Yeah.
that was my point. I was trying not to argue GameStop. I was trying to keep the argument. What have you said that has been completely wrong and you won't admit to?
Yeah.
And how can you deny that you're a pumper with that after seeing that? How can you say that you didn't pump it? I mean, that's pumping right there. That is pumping. No,
Dude,
nobody can deny that. That's
Towards
pumping.
the end, like I said, when he cuts his promo and he's like, "Everybody's in this because of me." The
that's
Reddit,
yeah.
The documentary guy, he's like, everybody because of me. I'm the only GME left. I'm the only YouTube GME guy. Why is that? Like he started going Hulk Hogan on me. I was waiting for him to rip his fucking shirt off.
Down there right now.
And fucking, you know what I'm saying? Start talking about eating his vitamins. And
You've been
saying
trying to
prayers.
discredit.
God.
I promise we will go back to the PP show and drink. What do you drink? I'm asking.
Doesn't matter.
You drink it wrong.
Is it? I wonder if it's before or after this.
But
If there's audio out there of you saying,
There's audio. It's where you're telling them about audio out there.
I'm a professional, I get paid to talk about the stock.
I would love to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah. Go get
Gotcha.
your AI clips now. Okay.
Oh,
Bro, you're
he's
asking.
gonna lampshade it because he knows it's out there. He totally 100% knows.
Oh, yeah.
That. So he's got to lampshade it.
Lynn says busted. Yep.
I think it's AI.
That's the only way you're going to get it. That's the only way you're ever going to have something.
You never said.
Never.
I'm a professional. I get paid to talk
Morons,
about
I'm not
stuff.
even worried about it. Like, I didn't even cross my mind. And you know why? Because there's over 2,000 clips.
It would happen if that audio is produced.
Then that means I'm going to get paid for all the views you're going to have to give all my content trying to find it. So I'm going to be excited.
We know it's about you making money. So
that's all it is, bro.
at least
All I
you're
want
being
is
honest, man.
views from you. So yeah, I said it. Go find the clip. Look, Goodwill Hunting, bro. How you like them apples?
It's already out there, buddy.
Go find
What
it.
the fuck?
The fact that you lie about it,
Yeah.
this shows who you are.
My whole channel.
You
knows
don't. You
who I
don't take any responsibility for any of the shit you say in the past.
am. Nah.
You just try to explain it and deflect.
What kind of clown cares this much? Yeah, I don't know. This clown.
Because
What
when you
kind of
say you're
clown
professional, you
cares
get
this
paid to
much
talk about the stuff.
a dying retail company?
Fair
You just
question.
flip that back on him.
Fair
Like,
question.
He thinks he's so hot shit.
It's so ridiculous.
Talking implies that you know what you're talking about. And sometimes
I got to get to this part you're talking about here.
your portfolio. That's fine.
Oh, dude, mine's fantastic.
Bro, these
How's your GM? How's your GM looking? Was it 49 shares, right?
Oh, man, 49
51.
shares, man.
51 over here.
And counting. 49 shares and counting.
We have 100 together. We write one covered call when we're done.
Yes.
Past this. I think.
Bro.
Yeah, it's past this.
It's sad that your followers follow you.
I know. That's good. They're called
Listening to
followers.
your bullshit.
They're called followers.
And you can't even.
Again, I'm gonna reiterate
for
for
the
the
shit
more.
you said in the past.
Oh.
Let me reiterate more on the. I have been buying shares.
I know.
Before I started listening to Rand.
Yeah.
I know.
And I have not sold a single share. How does that math not compute for your New Englander bent over the couch, wife railing you in the ass? How does that not compute for you?
Don't.
Oh, yeah, they got to throw in the ad hominems because, yeah. Yeah, well, how's it working? Yeah, well, I'm not down 90%. That's how it's working.
Don't do that. There's kids watching. There's actually kids out here watching the show, and this guy talks to me the way he does. I'm just going to tell you, morons.
It was your guy who made the reference Not bad back, but anyway, whatever.
I understand your frustration. I do, man. I'm just telling you, I do. If you're just calling out the wrong guy, and I haven't done anything you're trying to like pinpoint on me, and I'm okay with it. But whoever sent you, conspiracy.
Stop.
Well, no. Why do I have to stop? Why can't I start?
Whoever sent you shit, and this conspiracy shit is ridiculous.
Well, then
man.
if no one sent you, how'd you find me?
I have to be sent to find you.
I'm trying to tell you something, and you're not understanding.
You're not understanding.
How did you find the channel?
What does it matter? YouTube.
Thank you. And you're searching for it, or it found you? Which one was it?
Holy shit.
Were you searching up information for GameStop? Were you searching up misleading YouTubers?
Bro.
Everybody.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to find out how you got here, bruh.
Trying to find out why you can't even take responsibility.
No, because when you tell me how you got here, I can tell you the nature of your problem. See, if you clicked on this video,
So he's an in-house psychiatrist now.
Yeah, that's something.
There you go. Did you type in fake stock pumpers, meme stock pumpers? Did you type that in? Because I'm not going to pop up on that. Did you type in GameStop going to?
Oh, right. Okay.
The moon. Nope.
I've already.
How did you find the channel?
If I take a professional,
hey,
that gets paid to talk about the stock,
you might find me. Then.
Will you show up?
You might find me.
Might. Just a small chance. I got you.
Just a small chance, bro.
And if I did find you there,
yep,
and I clicked on it, I would assume,
yep,
that since you say you get paid to talk about the stock.
Oh, and it looks like we have that right here too.
Gladstone, let him explain.
Gladstone, I'm a professional. I know a lot about this.
No, I'm
you
a
don't.
professional.
No, do you know what that means, a professional? I get paid to talk about the fucking stock. Listen, you go and get your information from whom? From what? Who told?
Here's
there it
the
is.
funny thing about this. Like, either there's no good way around this. Either he's saying that he's getting paid by Google, and that's where his to be on YouTube because he's in the partner program,
right? Which he is.
That's not really anything. He is a pumper, or he's saying he's getting paid
by
as in the FTC violation. I'm not disclosing that GameStop is paying me to promote the stock.
Right.
Which is it, dude? Which is it?
That's what he tries to say. He tries to say, I say that because YouTube pays me to talk and make videos. So I'm a professional that's talking. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah.
Right.
But he never says that originally. He always says that when he's playing this Mott and Bailey game where he tries to make it sound like he's a professional like stock picker. And then when you call him out on that, he can backpedal into,
yeah.
Well, I'm just on YouTube.
Here's what he said. Here's what he said again.
Do you know what that means, a professional? I get a lot about this.
No,
and
I'm
you
a
don't.
Hey.
Gladstone, I'm a professional. I know a lot about this.
No,
and
I'm
you
a
don't.
professional.
No, do you know what that means, a professional? I get paid to talk about the fucking stock. Listen, you go and get your information from whom? From what? Who told?
Yeah, professional.
I could ask those same last questions about him. Get your
Side note, I
information
posted
from whom for what?
in his Discord because I get cut off. My phone died, right? After a while because I was on him for a minute. So my phone died. I plugged up, turned it back on. I went into his Discord. Before I logged back into the voice chat, I posted that in his Discord. Right? As soon as I posted that, I tried to go back into his talk chat, you know what I mean? So I could start speaking again. Blocked. Like literally as soon as I posted that shit, blocked.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Go figure. Yep.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Fucking cold as shit.
You do not watch the videos then.
You should have made a YouTube channel about
It's at $714 last week. Should have I had taken my profits, I'm up 7x my money, 6x my money. Should I take my profits and run? I bought Costco stock last year, $20,000 at $4.80 a share. Ranch. Should I take my money? I am up $11,000 in my investment. Should I take my money and run?
What's your Costco YouTube
you don't
channel?
even know what you're talking about.
What's the YouTube channel you pump Costco
It's
stock?
called Moass Rants. I talk about it every day here. I talk about investing and the nature of investing. You don't even know what the channel
for
is.
3 years? You've been
Every
telling
day.
everybody to buy Costco stock?
Every day I talk about it. And where are you? You don't know what I talk about on this channel.
God damn it. He's so fucking obtuse.
I want to talk about LARP. Your whole fantasy GME shit is LARP.
Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me you know what LARP means, because it tells me everything
The fucking
about
reality of the
who you
situation.
are.
You can't even admit
Fucking retard.
Channel. See, I know for a fact you just cherry picked the information that someone gave you about me. You don't know it yourself. Anyway, but I've been this guy for a long time.
Oh, I'm sure that you have been that guy for a long fucking time, because people like you, they rarely change. Yeah, you've always been a fucking asshole. We believe that.
Financial advice. Well, thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
Trove is correct. This guy's probably shorting GME and is in his office with his staff passing him notes, talking points.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know if he's in an office.
I mean,
what else would they be doing?
3 years we've been getting that shit. Come on.
Give him that much credit.
Do you think anybody that's shorting GME would even get? Do you think you guys have enough shares to even move the needle either way?
I don't.
Why would you think that I'm a shorter?
I think that the shares I have, the 51 shares I have, are gonna rock the world. That's what I think. Because you apparently want them that bad. If I have no influence, and I have no one, I only have 51 shares.
Oh, that's right. Because are they fake shares or are they real shares?
Nah, I only have 51 shares, bro. Whether they're fake or not, I don't know. And it's going to be a drawn-out answer because you deserve a real answer. Anyone who's ever watched this show over the last 3 years know exactly how I started, where I started, and the information I had.
Anybody who's watched it, anybody who's been in the cult, this is an us versus them. He's setting up the group versus the outsider, as he sees it. This is cult 101, and this is so clear.
This might be where he does it.
I'm hoping it is, because I can't stand much more of this.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying how long it is.
I know, but it needs to be shown.
That time frame, I've been infinitely more educated.
Oh God!
And the information has flown to and from this channel in a positive light, meaning I am infinitely more intelligent and transparent today than I was 3 years ago. So if you started watching this channel, I would say sometime in, let's just say, January or February of a year ago, when we started doing Connect the Dots, that's what really opened up my eyes on the influence of what private equity was on two publicly traded companies and markets. That's when this Pandora's box opened. But the education on GameStop, the idea of what it could be, what it should be, what it will be, is forever changing. Because it's a real-time investment, just like what this channel is. This is why I come back every day. It's not like I invested money into a closed fund. Do you know the difference between a closed fund and an open fund and how that works? Do you have any idea? Or a country fund? Do you know what that is either? Like, I'll give you an example, a country fund, right? That's like Citadel right now.
I don't care.
This is part of education.
If I look,
you do care
if I
because,
were to pull up your YouTube
there you go.
page for all your followers and anybody who wants to look at your YouTube channel.
Yep, go look at Connect the Dots. Connect the Dots.
Should I not go beyond? Because whatever you said past this date doesn't mean anything.
2022, December, when I started uncovering what Antura was doing, you can do that. You can do... No, you have to watch the whole damn thing. Because I've been calling it all out for a long time.
No. That will never fucking happen.
Close to admitting that in the beginning he didn't know shit. And some of the shit he said at the beginning. But he just couldn't go through with it.
No, of course not.
Antera, that thing was in the filings.
Right.
There's
What
nothing
did
to expose?
What did he expose? It was they disclosed everything. Because they had to. What's he talking about? I don't know. He's making it up.
So, yeah, whatever. If you don't want the info, don't get it. Everything I've said, write it down.
From your YouTube channel.
Yep, because it made me who I am today.
Stand by it.
Absolutely.
But I mean, you stand by that information, you'll stand by.
Every single word.
Okay.
There you go. Now you have it. Now let me get back to this. Country fund, open fund, and closed fund. So when you think... It will never sell. Diamond Hands.
Okay, what's this now?
We'll get it from the market. Well, guess what? This company's owned by the market. It's owned by us. That's the DRS number. That's the retail shareholder.
What, a quarter of the shares? A quarter of the shares? Or something? And it hasn't changed in the last 2-3 months, or quarters? It's irrelevant. You got to be fucking kidding me. That's irrelevant. That is an irrelevant number.
Diamond Hands. But when you look at companies like AMC, and it's an open fund, what I mean by that is they go up to AMC and Adam and say, give me some shares. And they create shares out of thin air. They give them a leverage. They give them a position. So this is the different way of looking at how you want to invest. And me personally, I've been educated beyond all of this because I have the ability to communicate, the ability to teach. And it's just inherent in me. It is the gift I was given from God. You want to come in here and attack me because I give it out the right way?
What a narcissist. Give me a fucking break. This guy's
Might be it. I can't remember. This might be it.
all right.
You're teaching people.
I'm teaching myself while teaching people, yes. How else do you ever become a... Let me just... And I don't ever want to equate it to religion, but did somebody write a Bible 2,000 years ago and go, you know what? I hope no one ever reads this and learns it because it's just there. Well, guess what? The Bible for us just happens to be SEC filings and documents, and it's forever changing and growing. Excuse me? When you learn how to deliver, you learn how to make videos, you learn how to edit. I don't have it. And do you ever wonder, I have how many videos online? 2,000 videos. And they're all OTSs. Think about that for a second. An OTS, a one-take session. No edits, no cuts.
Oh, wow. Look at him sucking his own dick. You are a fucking tool. One-take session. Who gives a fuck? And they're full of garbage. They're full of fucking garbage. Yeah, clearly they're one take because you didn't even bother to revise out the fucking bullshit, which is like 70% of it.
Yeah, I shit on him about it. He gets kind of pissed.
Private equity, leverage buyouts, investments that you might make. There's no edits, no cuts on my whole YouTube existence. There's not a single YouTuber in America that can say that.
I want to suck your dick, Marantz. You're a real man. What a fucktard. I mean, seriously, this is a sad. This is fucking pathetic.
Not a single person.
This is lazy.
Because you're lazy. That is why. Clearly, it's why. Could you imagine this guy taking 4 hours to edit one video? He's not going to do that. I got to go back and just let it play. Oh, my God.
Leverage buyouts, investments that you might make. There's no edits, no cuts on my whole YouTube existence. There's not a single YouTuber in America that can say that. Not a single person.
This is lazy.
Excuse me?
It's just lazy.
Oh, you're fucking crazy. Oh.
You don't give a shit about what your videos look like. You just spout it out. You don't want to spend the time in editing it.
Because he doesn't have to.
Information you put out. You just babble anything, forget you said it.
If you knew what you were talking about.
That was 2 years ago.
If you knew what you were talking about, you don't have to edit it or cut it.
Obviously, I've shown I do.
No, I'm telling you something. If you know what you're talking about, you don't need to edit and cut out the airtime. You don't need to look up your stats. That's why when I debate people and I go on interviews and I do the documentary, I did 5.5 hours of a documentary question and answers about GameStop, about YouTube.
That has been shown to be wrong.
Excuse me?
You said shit that has been shown to be wrong.
What?
Your comeback is, we're talking about 3 years ago?
No. What is it that we got wrong? What is it? We tried and we failed on NFTs? That's all of a sudden misinformation? That wasn't misinformation. It was accurate information at the time. Being a supporter of something that we were going through and we were buying, that's accurate information. Those content creators coming in and doing an interview?
No, it would have been accurate to actually put it in context and say, you know what?
This might be where the
is it starting?
Is right here.
Okay, I'm just pointing out.
Might be.
To be accurate in that situation would have been to actually look at the market of NFTs at the time and realize the timing was wrong. that would have been accurate.
Right, but he's even going to the NFTs. He's not addressing
right.
He said about fucking, pumping it or fucking telling people to buy or
even something like short volume or any of that shit. Right. That's all been, debunked.
That's accurate information. Those content creators coming in and doing an interview. How many interviews have I done on this channel? At least 50 live interviews. Whether it be for content creators and or YouTubers or anyone against stock or even like yourself.
This guy needs to be
the meltdowners.
This is so crazy.
And I have 0 notes in front of me. I give you ample opportunity to go Google something. Hit me with it. You're going to say because I have.
That's not a. That's not a.
He can be proud of that all he wants. Nobody cares. That doesn't. That's irrelevant.
Well, and it's not. Well, it's irrelevant, one, and number two, who cares? Like, if you don't have notes, that means you can't properly respond. You don't have the facts ready in front of you. So, like,
well, and we know that he talks, he makes shit up, and he does exactly what Bad Bag said. He forgets what he says. Yeah, that's what happens when you aren't prepared. Like, it's a bad thing to have notes. That's what he's trying to say. Like, oh, I don't need notes. Well, you do actually. Well, I mean, he wouldn't come off any different because it'd be the same shit. But, I mean, there's a reason why professionals, like, you see them with notes sometimes. Like, I'm not talking about real professionals, obviously, but, like, why does, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. You don't need notes. Okay.
I have no edits or cuts. It's because I'm lazy. None of those kids can do it. They can't get to the mic. They can't get to the camera and just spit it. It's not even possible because they can't retain it because you didn't learn it. And when you learn something and you read it yourself, you're able to retain that info and give it out. You can read your script. You can tell me what I've done.
What a condescending asshole. Why would anybody?
Because
why would unless you are equally as much of a miserable fucking shithead, would anybody be attracted to this? I have no clue.
And like,
God.
Does it sound like I had a script in front of me?
No.
Does it sound like I was that organized? No.
I mean,
fucking talking shit.
I'm not saying that because
reminds me.
Yeah.
Well, and even if you did have a script to be prepared for this interview, like it's not a demarcation against you to be prepared for this.
So what?
And because
you were trying to respect his time by being prepared, you could say.
Yeah, and like it's like the when I was going over the docuseries that John did where he was talking about Trey's trades and his eye movements as if he had like the questions were pre-planned. It's like, first of all, not that I would like to go out of my way defending Trey's trades, but like I've done interviews before. The idea of an interview is that you have questions ready to ask the person. And sure, you may have some off-the-cuff follow-up questions, but the idea is that you go into the interview already prepared. So like it just kind of goes into this thing of who cares if he's working from notes? Who gives a fuck? The only reason you care is because your dumbass didn't.
Right. And it shows.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is, oh God, this is so hard to listen to.
Because I know what I've said. And the best part about knowing what I've said, this is the best part about having
integrity. For you guys to find a spot to stop because I just can't take
I know.
any more than 30 minutes.
I want to get to this part. But
I don't even have to remember what I've said because I don't have to remember my lies. And you do, along with all the other meltdowners. You guys have to remember what you said. And I'll remind you.
You said he don't have to remember his lies.
Right. Yeah. Was that a Freudian slip there? I don't know.
GameStop. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. You've been wrong for years. And we'll be right. Soon enough, millionaires.
We will be right. I mean, pathetic. That's all that you have. That's all that this guy fucking has. We will be right. GameStop, can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Yeah? Yeah, the game has fucking stopped. You just didn't realize it. You're still playing a fucking game that has ended.
I mean, I didn't expect this to go on as long as it did.
That went on quite a while.
Yeah, and fucking, I was running out of steam.
Yeah.
Because it was getting annoying.
Yeah.
So
oh yeah.
I know I didn't come off the best, but
I thought you did fine.
I'm not tripping, right? Like he comes off horrible, right?
Yeah, no.
100%. To anyone but the cult, you totally roasted him.
This is bad.
Dude, I don't even think I really roasted him. Like he roasted himself.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
He wasn't like bringing up some spectacular points. He just couldn't answer the
No.
specifics.
He's just trying to get you. He's just trying to catch you. He's trying to twist words. He's trying to turn it around. Well, what do you? Let's talk about. I want to talk about you. What do you drink? No.
He did get me one time when he finally got me pissed off, and I was like, "Suck my dick, man." And he was like, "Oh, you gotta say something. A grown man telling another
right."
man." I said, "All right,
see, that's why when he brought that up when I was talking on Scott's stream, and I replayed it in the clip show that I did I think.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, this supposed like conservative rebel who had. And I don't see it here, so you must have taken it out. But he's got that "Make America Great Again" hat. The guy that's like the conservative rebel is suddenly concerned about how other people speak.
Oh yeah,
dude, they were calling me a New England liberal.
Oh yeah, that. Oh
like,
yes. Those wonderful conservatives, as I like to call them.
A New England
those
liberal.
Lovely conservatives. Like to label everyone to the left of their alt-right fantasy land as liberal, even though they are busily jerking off to each other in a corner. You know, I as someone who's a moderate libertarian, I hate libtards, and I especially hate conservatives because they think that they're some special God's gift to 1776 when really they're just authoritarian twats. And
yeah,
I guarantee
pretty much.
you, Marantz is one of those authoritarian twats.
Oh yeah, as long as he's the authority.
Exactly. That's the thing that's always so funny about them. Is like, yeah, the social justice warriors are annoying as fuck, but you know what? You're just the conservative version of them, and I hate you too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I just thought he put out a lot of sound bites in this that are
for sure
that could come back to haunt him, like
definitely.
And his attitude, like I know I was getting under skin at one point, and when I'm gonna look for it because when he cuts the promo, it's funny. He's like, "I'm the reason for it," and I tell him, "I'm like, go ahead, cut your promo." And he's like, what are you talking about? I was like, "Cut your promo." Go ahead.
I'm gonna find that.
And he started
I leave it there, John.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jar Binks has been a member with the channel for 16 print, so I'm up on AMC. Good job, David. Well, close that out. Somebody's telling me PayPal's up. Oh, then they laid off 3,000 employees. So, what did I tell you? He's drunk so much. Yeah. But some people want to take a chance. What's behind door number 1, door number 2, number 3? Behind door number 1 is Ryan Cohen. Behind door...
God.
Speak on it and put my face on it.
This is after
It's not any YouTuber's fault.
That's after you got disconnected?
Yeah, I think
when a stock does something, one thing... On 200. Oh, did we almost get... Oh, with what I told you about the same day delivery part. That's why. It sounds like I need to pick up another 100 shares. Yeah.
God.
I feel like he's trying to influence people. Yeah, well, good luck with that. I'm an hour behind in the chat. I'm going to catch up.
I love that, too, when they accuse people who are questioning these guys of wanting to influence people. Like, we're the people that are the quote-unquote pumpers or the manipulators. I mean, come on. Give me a fucking break. It's so absurd. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you can't even take it seriously.
Type shit.
Yeah, it's childish as fuck. It's elementary school shit.
5 pounds, but I've never looked. Josh Brown hit this right on the money. Was it Josh Brown or just Josh?
Is it coming up here?
Yes. He just want to argue. Where's it? That's all. Stupider must be new here. Definitely.
Yeah, right.
Core 4 isn't even out yet, and we're already. Let me see. There it is. Okay, so here's the meltdown. Okay. So there's the meltdown. We'll go ahead and see what they have to say about anything. But before He won.
Wow, he really
Just to
went
give you
on
an
meltdown?
example.
Yeah, it looks like. Now he's looking at the box office.
Scared like someone posted some shit real quick. And he kept calling me a meltdowner. And shit
Right.
like that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Stupid.
There's the Bed Bath & Beyond DD. All right, back to you guys. I just want to see what that all was. Make sure I give you guys these updates. The channel is called Marant's Rants, not GameStop. Oh, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Funny Spider. That's what my wife says. She says thank you.
What?
He tries to act like it's a Marant's Ranch. It's not a GameStop channel. Bullshit. Your whole
And in
premise.
a basement playing.
Yeah. Oh, he just mentioned basement.
Means he got beat up when he was growing up, and probably in a basement playing Dungeons and Dragons, something to that effect. And he has a makeup girlfriend, or he watched a lot of anime by himself. So, poor guy, man.
Yeah,
I would hate guys like.
Yeah.
Notice he didn't say none of this shit when I was on.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Me too.
Not that
I
I
already
could. At
know.
one point, he's like, the one thing he said is like, guys like you just get on here and talk because you never say it to my face. And I was like, shut up with that shit.
Right.
You're never going to say anything you say right now to my face.
He wouldn't even. Yeah.
What are we talking
He wouldn't even say it on the voice chat.
Because when I looked at Camelot in his high school photos, and he was a fat, chubby kid who got picked on, and he talked about it. He's like, it was so cool, growing up being a gamer sucked because like you're a gamer, and then like everybody thought you were a nerd and no one's hanging out with you. He's all, but thank God for Call of Duty and Halo, because then all the kids used to beat me up, started playing video games, and that's when they started hanging out with me, and I was cool because I worked at GameStop. And I'm just like, oh my God, bro, this is a life these kids are living. Me, I didn't have time for none of that shit. I didn't have time to hate on somebody. I was too busy playing sports and looking at girls and trying to play video games. That's life. I don't know what the hell these guys are talking about.
Well, you're also fucking 50 fucking years old too. So well, it wasn't like that for me. Who cares? How is that relevant?
I don't know.
You still ended up being a fucking bag holder, even though you didn't do those things. So, congratulations.
Goddamn time. This convo is hitting the brick wall. Thank you, Brian. Wasting time with a fool. This guy will need a long.
What now?
Said in high school he was the man, homie.
Oh yeah, yeah. We would have taken state if he had the coach had only put me in.
Long lie down after this.
I'm having that's who he is, fucking Al Bundy.
Lie down.
In one game, shit.
Someone get him a juice box. Dude is in the streets asking for money. I've got 51 shares. Yeah, I say get rid of him already, man. Yeah, there it was. I was doing my best. This guy needs to get lost so we can talk about GameStop. We talked about GameStop at the beginning of the show. It did really well. Bro, mister, you got this. Well, thank you so much. Well, never mind. That's you. In case you read the first GameStop, there we go. Dude, I still have an unknown song stuck in my head from 1985. Kingston Rocket.
Fuck off.
He probably should have come with receipts. Yes. I rocked that MFK.
Yeah, well, probably should have come with receipts. Something that you never have. I don't know.
Correct? Is that what you said? Rogue 540. Ladies, I do it for y'all. I have no idea what all that means, bro, but I got you. The guy definitely subs to OnlyFans profiles. Yes. I didn't know anything until 3 years ago. Well, there you go, Frank. Links effect. My company is closed fund. There you go. 2 sprays, you literally smell good all 8 hours. Scott Poland. The fact that I even brought up closed funds, open funds, and country funds, that should tell this guy like just how in depth we are as far as our knowledge on investment.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
God, get the fuck out of here. But doesn't know about short interest and short volume.
No, of course not. God,
if they don't understand this stuff,
like
it's on
a bad Fox News commentator.
Yeah.
He just keeps harping on the same shit.
And maybe he should have some notes.
Iron Condor is.
Right. He said he didn't know what.
Curtis got him because he asked him about an Iron Condor, and he didn't know.
He didn't know what an Iron Condor was.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
what happened was in whatever conspiracy he was reading about or something, it brought up the term that you know what I mean, open and closed positions and shit like that.
yeah.
He don't know any of that shit.
Right. He came across it, and the fact that he's harping on it so much kind of indicates to me that he doesn't. That what you said, because that's what somebody does when they learn something like that. They want everybody to know that they know it, and that's what seems like it's what he's doing. Uh-huh.
And you know what?
Accredited
There's nothing
investor.
wrong with that, but don't play like
Right.
you're some,
Oh yeah. Well, of course you don't know this. Oh well, yeah. Fuck that. It's fucking bullshit.
And qualified participants only. The fact that we know what all that means and they don't have a clue. So he's just going to argue.
Right. You guys know what it means to be a qualified.
But when I become an accredited investor, you'll know. Connect the what? Say it again, Marantz. Connect the dots. Man, my PC fried today, Marantz. Any good deals at Costco? Lou, they're all good deals. But for me, I got mine at Sam's Club. But I'll go to Costco.
Why would you not get your computer at GameStop if they sell PC components now? I don't know.
Who buys a computer from GameStop? I know no one has ever bought a fucking.
Even he doesn't. He just said he bought his from Sam's Club. So even he doesn't buy shit from GameStop because it's more expensive than it is on fucking Amazon or Micro Center. Like I've looked. Like components are more expensive. Not everything, but yeah, definitely was.
I want to watch BBC for 5 hours. Show me where he's talking because he's not. He's just going to have people on his show do all the DD in the world, and he's just in between. So he doesn't really have a purpose. Anyone can do that. Marantz is one of the hardest working men I know. Thank you. 1 hour threatened to report him to the SEC. Yeah, he probably did. Who knows? Guess what? He's an adult. He can get over it. So can I. That pounding made cheek.
God, is he just reading comments?
Here we go. He's probably taking a fat streaming dump on the chest while he rubs all over himself. I don't know.
Like, listen to these people. They're These are like the most disgusting, despicable fucking people that you could ever imagine. Like the shit, it just keeps getting more and more ridiculous.
Yeah, like I understand there are his followers.
Yeah,
they're going to be more apt to be pro him, but come on, like even if you are pro him or his fight, you can't even acknowledge the facts that came up.
Nope.
And, you know what I'm saying? The
yeah.
lies he was caught in. And
they're brainwashed.
Shit that he said.
They're totally
he doesn't
brainwashed.
Care about what he said. Yeah, like they don't. It's crazy.
It is
they'll
crazy.
Say something which is totally like a slap in the face to them. Like I don't care what I put out. That was 3 years ago. Whatever I said back then, it was.
And they'll be like, "Oh, he told you." Yeah. See.
Right.
Like they'll support it.
He just shit on y'all.
It's you know what was that the like battered women syndrome. You know, we've talked about that before. There's something like that going on here for sure. Like you know, you get attached to shit that's harmful. Clearly, they're attached.
Like personal shit. Could you imagine if I like put any personal shit? These motherfuckers would be fucking digging my shit up.
Absolutely.
Plastered all. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I don't make.
Well, yeah, that's all of them. I mean, classic example. That was last week.
Yeah, you don't give them anything because you give them something and they will run with it and probably come up with some wrong shit.
It funny about that's why I always find it funny about you're just an avatar. You hide behind a screen and everything. It's like because you hate that because you can't find little things to insult me about. Number one, cuck talking about how I LARP through a forest. Or right. That's what they do. They hang on to little things like your appearance or what you do in your free time as if that fucking matters.
Right.
I don't give a shit about that. I give a shit about these crazy motherfuckers trying to like get you in some shit.
Right.
I give a fuck what you say about me or whatever, but these motherfuckers are crazy. They'll fucking all types of crazy shit. But here's the thing: if I was making money off of like him, if I was making money off of my theories or predictions and shit, then I would expect to have to show my face and put out my information.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm not making no money. I'm not telling motherfuckers what to do. I'm just calling you out on your dumb shit and how you were wrong.
That's the thing. Like, everybody's like, "Oh, you're anti-AMC, you're bashers, all this stuff." No, not really. It's not our fault that we're just trying to lead where the facts go. What can we show with evidence, and can we evaluate this evidence and see is it valid? It's not my fault that it appears that we like bashed AMC. That's where the shit leads. Like, if you take it logically, and like, why are you going to get mad at me because we're trying to actually follow the evidence? I mean, it's crazy. Right. That's the point we're at.
And look, I had AMC, I had GME,
right,
at some point, and I sold them and profited off of it. I've shown it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have it now because.
Why would you?
Because it's not the time to fucking do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I got in low, flipped it high. I mean, it's it's retarded. Like, these people are fucking.
They don't belong in the stock market, and the reality is,
you know what makes it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Really want to do this, and why I keep calling them out and like trolling them and shit? I'm tired of hearing these motherfuckers cry about it's against us. It's like, no,
right?
You did this to yourself.
Yes.
You did this.
It's
take the fucking responsibility. Say you fucked up, learn from it.
There's a reason why.
I can't have a good Christmas. I can't do this. Can't pay bills with it because it's them. It's Ken Griffin. It's just like, man, shut the fuck up.
Yes. Here's a fucking violin. Okay. So, and it's like, they like to blame Adam Aaron too, the AMC. And it's my thing is like, so now it's the CEO's responsibility, not only to make sure that the stock price stays up, but also to somehow convince you to make a profitable trade. Like, how in the world is it anybody's responsibility except yours? And there's a reason why everybody says that this is hard. Like, it's hard to make quick money anywhere, but like certainly in the stock market, short-term trading, where's the guarantee? Like, it just blows my mind. Like that attitude of entitlement.
And then
it's crazy.
Someone like when Adam Aaron says, something like, hey, we're not trading on fundamentals, we're extremely overvalued, I wouldn't buy the stock unless you're okay with losing part
or your whole investment. Yeah.
They don't listen. They think he has to say, they're communicating with them
in code. Yeah.
Other tweets. Yeah. Reading parts of this and parts of that. Oh, this number meant that. And like, so what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it's a no-win situation. These people are crazy.
You can't. Yeah. It's like, what? Yeah. I don't even know. It's crazy.
The memes are not going, the memes as in AMC, GME, the ones we're talking about.
Yeah.
They're not going to their all-time. They're not going nowhere near there again. Now, unless there's another pandemic, another fucking stimulus shit given, debt forgiveness, all types of unless that fucking
but even if we did
storm happens again.
But even if I agree, but even if we did have another catastrophic thing like that, I don't know. Do you think that they would respond the same way, given the criticism?
GameStop was 150% short when that happened.
Right.
Or close to 100, over 100.
140, I think, 130, 40, something like that. It said, yeah.
So, there's no.
When has it ever happened again? Let's just go with that.
Right. The same thing don't happen.
I mean, when did it ever happen again? You could say that about any of them. Any of the short squeezes from 2021. Just like that video that I showed where it talks about overhead supply, and we started talking about overhead supply in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one instance of any of these stocks where any of the aftershocks, any spike after the main event of the main squeeze, none of them ever went higher. Not one. They all, every time, the ball, every bounce of the ball was less, because that's what happens. Because that's the way it works with overhead supply.
Diminishing return.
And all this, yeah. And you can average down all you want, but it ain't gonna help. Like, you're just throwing good money after bad.
They say, the ones that say, well, it's not just about the squeeze, it's about the fundamentals. GME is going to be a profitable company. AMC is going to be, even if that happened, it's not going to go. It's not going to cause it to have a rehab.
Because it didn't go there on fundamentals before, and that's why the whole fundamental argument, it's like we always say, came for the squeeze, stayed for the fundamentals, because that's all that you have. I mean, now you don't have COVID, you don't have pandemic assistance, and come March, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when the bank term lending thing goes away. We might see more volatility in the market because they won't have that. And it's very, very curious that that's right when that program came out. It's when you started seeing the crazy pumping. So we'll see. But all these things are being rolled back. The balance sheet's being rolled back. these types of companies, zombies, their time is, the writing's on the wall. So, I mean,
and the thing about it's going to show if your revenue is down, your footprint is smaller. And like you're literally
going the wrong way.
Right.
You're
so
scaling down, and you're not
right.
adding anything that people want. You're not expanding into anything. There's nothing you could even expand into. Oh, they're gonna compete against Amazon, though, right? What?
It makes no sense, man.
You're gonna compete against Amazon. That's the most laughable thing. I mean, Amazon's gonna acquire games. No. Yeah, they said that about AMC too. Amazon's gonna buy AMC. No, AMC's gonna buy Disney. No, Disney's gonna buy nobody's gonna buy it.
There's no reason to. There's no proprietary.
There's no reason to. They have nothing. They have rooms with screens in them. Like, that is nothing at the end of the day. And that's what we found out with this writer's strike and everything. Without the content, they don't have
nothing.
Yeah. It's like buying a TV that can't show that broken TV. You got a broken TV. It's nothing more fucking frustrating and useless than a broken TV. That's what AMC is without the content.
They look at us as like, first of all, we're retail. So there's anti against the little guy. Oh, you're being bought by it.
Yeah.
How about the market has been on an incredible fucking run the last year and some change. And all you guys did was stay in that one dead fucking stock. You missed out on the opportunity to make so much money and just putting it in a fucking ETF. If you just went in the queues.
Right. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Right.
So really, who is the evildoer here? That's what I get. Like, who's really trying to keep the little guy down? Like, you had an easy year where the market just went on fire and any blind jackass could have made money.
40%.
In the easiest thing.
Just buying, just on the queues in the last year, it's up 41%, which is basically the whole amount that it dropped the previous year. So you could have bought anywhere in here, any of these stocks. Once you noticed, you could just even pick Apple. Obviously, and you would have been in the same boat.
2022, they were low as everything was low as shit.
Right, exactly.
So it's like,
yeah.
Who's the bad guy? The guy keeping them in a shit stock that has done nothing but go down and kept you away from the easiest market to make money in probably since any of these people have been in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So who's the bad guy? Like, I don't understand how they don't see that. How they don't be like, man, you keep telling us to stay in this one stock, but this whole last year we could have made so much money just putting it in a fucking ETF and then pulling it out and getting in this shit stock now lower, saving money.
Right. Yeah.
Like they think there's some honor or morality involved in not only being in that stock, but never letting go.
Right.
Like, for one, the markets have no morality.
No.
It's supply demand.
And I just noticed here, Apple's shares continually declining, probably from buybacks, I guess. I know they've done a lot of buybacks. Most of these big ones have in the last couple of years. Then 16 billion, 15 billion, 15.5 billion. It's reduced by 500 million right there.
You got China uncertain too with that. I'm sure that affects it a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. What is that? I don't even know what that is. So yeah, it's this guy's out of control. There's not much else you can say on that, but well, it's almost exactly 1 o'clock, so it seems appropriate to wind this down, and so I can get up in about 5 hours and go to work. But anyway, thanks guys for coming in and participating in that. It makes it a lot better. So we'll do this again very soon. Manuel, it's good to hear you in there, my friend. You got to come in to these lives more often this way. He said that Sonny Korax inspired him. That's what he said. So, yeah.
To get in. Yeah, dude, he'll get information on anything, dude.
You don't want to get on that guy's bad side.
Nah, fuck that. I'll pay him off.
Hey,
right.
It's all about the money.
Come on, appreciate it.
All right.
I'll let you go.
All right, Bad Back. Manuel and Mr. Corax. Appreciate it, as always. And we will say that this was fun. Echoing Lynn. Yeah. Great to hear, Manny. Class is up the place. Yeah. He doesn't talk a lot, but when he does, it's nuggets worth hearing. Yeah. All right. All right, man. Have a good night. We'll see you all. Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
Drive safe out there. And all that happy horse shit. And with that, well, there's only one thing left to do.
You can't kill Michael Myers!
No, you can't.
It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
You know, I couldn't agree with that more, Tony. You really said what I was thinking there. Oh,
you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying?
I gotta go take a shower after all that. I tell you, good Lord.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
Catch y'all later.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.